Esperanza. Texas to Dallas. Eric. Got some company up here. Come on. Back on it. Hey, what's up, James and Yolanda? Funny, it shows there's nobody online. How are you guys mysteriously watching me? That's crazy. Truck and trailer stuck too low bridge. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to finish watching it because I wanted to get rolling right now. So, or I get my clock started at least at right at 7 o'clock. That way, my 14-hour clock is going to end right when it's time to deliver, which is actually what I want. So I can make full use of my 14 if I need it. If I want to take a nap or something on the way. What's up, Eric? So, I'm at Texas 87. For those of you guys who might not have already figured out from my Facebook, also known as Interstate 10, exit 87 in Texas. It's right at 100 miles. Right at 100 miles from here to Interstate 20. Should be pretty good conditions from here to 20, but then once I get on to I-20, might be some hit and miss conditions up there. It looked like it should be okay most of the way, but a couple little spots in the Odessa Midland area, Big Spring, and then also Abilene area look like they might give me reasons to be a little concerned about being able to run full speed through there. So we'll see. Yeah, right at 100 actually, Eric, because the I-20's at mile marker 187, and I'm at 87 right now, so, technically, so, near. Hey, Jimmy and Corey, how you guys doing? Alright, so, I'll probably run from here over to Pecos. Maybe make a quick stop in Pecos to get a drink and all that or whatever, and then run from Pecos up to I don't know, somewhere like maybe Sweetwater, Abilene, somewhere in that ballpark area. I would imagine somewhere in that I don't know, maybe a 30-minute breakout in that neck of the woods somewhere. That's probably where I'll end up stopping this particular stream, and then I'll do the 30-minute break, and then I'll, if there's enough people online watching when I start my 30, I'll probably restart a new stream for the second half of the lake. My load's going to Maricold in Dallas, which of course some of you guys who were watching me yesterday already know. It's over on the just on the east side of Dallas, real close to where I-30 and US 80 meet up. What's up, Carl? You're just starting and I'm just finishing down. Yeah, I've been kind of in and out of sleep here, and hopefully it'll be good for some pretty good miles here before I end up wanting to stop and nap or anything. Hopefully I can get this whole, the entire 575 miles knocked out before I even want to stop for a rest. Americold has a truck staging area there where I can park, but the question is, will there be room for me to park there? So, that's how it goes. Mexican food was great. I love stopping here for that. And there aren't many places outside of my own house that I like Mexican food at. And this has been a great trip so far as getting Mexican food concerned. The shipper I picked that previous load up, the one that I swapped, the first one that I swapped last night. When I got through picking up the load originally, they have their own cafe, deli, whatever you want to call it, place. Oh man, that was some really good food, authentic. In fact, one of my friends was talking about how they put cabbage in it, and he thought it was kind of odd. I'm like, no, cabbage is actually normal for real legit Mexican cuisine. If you don't see cabbage in your Mexican food, you have to start questioning if it's even real Mexican food. So that was really good food over there. I had, what did I have over there? I can't remember. Was it enchiladas? Yeah, it might have been enchiladas, I forget. I also had enchiladas here. Now, last time I came here, I had tacos barbacoa. Which barbacoa is a Spanish word for barbecue. And so you can use any kind of a meat. Sometimes they might use goat, sometimes they might use beef, puerco, or whatever. So, but this one I think they used beef, if I remember right. Oh God, that was delicious. Some of the best tacos I've had outside of my own house. So, definitely a place to come check out if you've never been here. Unfortunately, I'm still parked on the on-ramp because those of you guys who were watching me last night know that YRC was over there blocking my access to the truck stop while I was sitting there at the end of the off-ramp. So I ended up just coming over here onto the on-ramp, and then and the truck stop's right there. So all I had to do is just walk right over to the building. And oh yeah, sheep's tongue, cow tongue, they call it lengua. Yeah, maybe sheep tongue too, but I know lengua is cow tongue. And even some will even do intestine, like pig intestine. I know that might be a little unsettling for some people, though. I've had it. I've had all these different types, from places in Cali, and it's all good stuff. I'm not too particularly fond, I'd say, of the which one was it? I think the lengua. I think it's mainly just because of the consistency of it. I don't mind the taste, it's just the consistency. It's just more of a mushy, if I remember right, or I can't remember. I'll eat it, it's just not as fond of it. Alright, now, let's see. Alright, damn, I already got 8 people online. Yeah, I know I've been online long enough, so. Let me double check my reefer real quick, because I forgot. Be right back. Okay, now we're gonna go. Alright, so we'll get this turned around and we'll get the truck moving. So like I said, it'd be just over a 2-hour drive from here to Pecos. Like I did 631 miles last shift, so less burden on this shift, thankfully. Now hard to get the truck moving if I'm in neutral. It was nice and quiet though. Never got. I even saw a couple at the truck stop there. While I was actually over there when I was walking back to my truck. know what his email that I have that I buy me. So I'm throttling back a little bit, waiting for you to go by me. Now that bridge strike, couldn't believe that. The guy filming was actually talking to the driver of the truck. For those guys who aren't familiar, it was in the Swift Done Screwed Up Again group. If you're in the Critter Corner chat, I posted it in there. Or no, actually not in Critter's chat. I posted it in Scotty's group on Facebook. So if you're in this group, you can find it on there. Talked about where the guy was going to, and I'm just scratching my head like, why the hell would you go that particular route? It's just plain boneheaded. That's what happens when you stupidly follow your GPS or something. And for some reason, I guess he had some kind of, I don't know if he was using a GPS app or a standalone trucking GPS or whatever, but he was basically northbound on US 23. This is in Ohio, south of Columbus. And he was turning north, he turned right onto, it was called Haggerty Road. If you just Google for US 23 and Haggerty Road, you'll find the intersection. That's where he was at. And right after you make the right turn, a short distance down the road there's a couple sets of railroad tracks. And the first set you go under there is a 12-foot clearance. Clearly marked right on the front of the bridge. So why did you not see it? Got the trailer all the way underneath it. Basically it stopped when the tandems got underneath the trailer, underneath the bridge. And the guy said that he'd been driving for like over 40 years or some crap. He didn't look like he was that old. Or, I don't know, maybe he hides his age well or something. Yeah, and then he tried to say he was like the best driver in his company. It was a not so well-known company. I forget the name of it. It starts with a W. I was like, yeah, sure, you're the best driver when you do that kind of thing. And then he said he only had one other accident in his career, and the one that he had was not caused by him. But this is a big one, and if you have 46 years of experience, how in the hell are you stupid enough to turn on a street like you turned on and miss a 12-foot-8 sign and go under, try to take a 13-foot-6 trailer under a bridge, at that kind of a bridge? Pretty astonishing, to say the least, that somebody who supposedly has that level of experience would do that. Guy must be heavier than me, one I just passed. Doesn't surprise me, because the guy I swapped with to get this load is only, he said it only weighed 66,000. Now some people like to talk trash about using Google Maps as a trucker, but I can tell just by looking at Google Maps. Don't tell it to navigate you at all. Just look at the map. That's it. I could tell from where he was at, because the cameraman said that the guy was driving north on US 23 and made a right turn to go east on Haggerty Road, and he was trying to get up to what's that town called up there, over on the southeast side of Columbus. looking at the map, like, why the hell would you even take that route? It's stay on 23 all the way up to State Route 317, and then go across 317. 317 goes right across the north side of Rickenbacker Airport there in Columbus. And you can take that right over into that, right over that where that town is that he was going to. Eric, I hear 80's closed again over there somewhere by, I forget where. I saw someone post something about it briefly. Someone in our group, in the JCT group, was asking about 287. Like, dude, get on the freaking Wyoming Wild Roads app. Don't ask people for input on that because they might give you outdated information. Come on, dude, move right. Guess I got no love, so I can move out of this lane. But I was like, nah, I'll stay over by where the when I come up to these checkpoints, I usually turn on my dome light here inside the truck and then turn off my headlights, so it's easier for them to see well in advance. Sometimes they'll wave me right on through. Sometimes they'll ask me, "You're a citizen?" And sometimes I'll also have a dog out here that's to sniff for drugs or whatever else. Who knows? I'm waving pretty much everybody through right now. Town will be heading to Sierra Blanca. Mile marker. decide to stay on the freeway. Kind of make it look like you can take both sides though, on from the way that sign is. Unfortunately, we're driving at night, so I won't be able to see a heck of a lot here, Tara, but I'm in Sierra Blanca, Texas at the moment. Stop in Pecos. I'll just get a drink, or just stretch legs, get a drink, and then press on. Run another at least 150 past that, so I'm at least 300 miles into the shift, if not more. Should put me somewhere near Abilene or Sweetwater, or somewhere in that ballpark. Abilene or Sweetwater River, somewhere in the area where I end up stopping for my 30, I'll stop the stream and then possibly restart a new stream after the 30 is done and run the second half from there. I see this guy's going to run like half a mile an hour slower, so might as well just back off a couple. Roads look so much nicer right now than they did earlier.
Stop what you're doing and delete these Android apps right now. BGR 18 hours ago. The regularity with which we have to write the kind of story that follows is unfortunate, but the fact of the matter is that it's time to alert you once again to the presence of a batch of sketchy and possibly even dangerous apps found on the Google Play Store. It includes 24 apps covering everything from weather to calendar and camera functionality, some of which are malware-laden and request all sorts of potentially nefarious permissions, all of which Google has booted off the Play Store, but not before they racked up some 382 million downloads. Details about these apps comes from a report via VPN Pro, which notes that our research has uncovered that they're asking for a huge amount of dangerous permissions, potentially putting users' private data at risk. These dangerous permissions include the ability to make calls, take pictures and record video, record audio, and much more. The report's bottom line is that the apps in question come via a Chinese company that VPN Pro says has a history of malware, rogueware and unethical practices. And that these apps also ask for a large amount of unnecessary and dangerous permissions. One of the company's apps, the report goes on to note, is called Weather Forecast and was apparently caught collecting user data and sending it to a server in China. Another of the apps in this batch of 24, called Candy Selfie Camera, reportedly requested the following app permission names. Access Course Location, a permission that lets apps gather a user's general location via Wi-Fi and/or mobile cell data. Access Find Location, even more worrying than the one above.
That's for geotagging.
Most apps don't need this, and it's a permission that gives more exact data about your location. Camera. Hit accounts. Read external storage. Read logs. Read phone state. Write external storage. Another app, Sound Recorder, wanted access to the phone's camera. We'll name all the apps below in just a moment, but what's also interesting is the Russian doll-type company structure the VPN Pro report found behind these apps, which the report traces to a Chinese company called Shenzhen Hawk. It's connected to a number of different app developers, the implication being that not having all the apps come from the same identifiable source might make it harder for all the sketchy apps to be spotted. Back in 2017, the government of India told its military services to get a number of Chinese apps off of its phones. One of them was Virus Cleaner 2019, an app which is on this new list below. Shenzhen Hawk is a subsidiary of a major Chinese electronics giant, the partly state-owned TCL Corporation. The 24 apps the report warns everyone to get rid of are the following. Sound Recorder, Super Cleaner, Virus Cleaner 2019, File Manager, Joy Launcher, Turbo Browser, Weather Forecast, Candy Selfie Camera, High VPN, Free VPN, Candy Gallery, Calendar Light, Super Battery, High Security 2019, Net Master, Puzzle Box, Private Browser, High VPN, Pro World Zoo, Word Crossy, Soccer Pinball, Dig It, Laser Break, Music, Roam, Word Crush.
Why are you slowing down, truck? Adjusted for you once. I'm not going to keep doing it. Must be an idiot driving this truck. I'll watch him speed up when I get up here. Volvo Bull Reefer. Let me guess, it's from California. Central Cal, right? Yeah, Bakersfield. squeezing us and then leaving. A little over 15 out now from Van Horn. Articles.
Pedestrian struck by pickup truck on Hesperia Road in Victorville Wednesday. VVNG.com, yesterday. Victorville, Caliph. VVNG.com, a pedestrian is clinging to life after he was struck by a pickup truck in Old Town Victorville Wednesday night. Dispatch received a call at 5:49 p.m., January 22, 2020, reporting an adult male down in the roadway unresponsive. Victorville City firefighters and AMR performed life-saving measures on the victim who appeared to be unresponsive. He was rushed to Victor Valley Global Medical Center in an American Medical Response ambulance. The male driver of a 2007 Nissan Frontier remained at the scene and was cooperating with the police. The Victorville Police Department's Major Accident Investigation Team will respond to handle the investigation. Hesperia Road is expected to remain closed between D Street and C Street. According to preliminary information obtained by VVNG, the pedestrian is a homeless man in his 60s. An update on his condition was not available. Additional information will be updated as it becomes available. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow. The US dollar is inevitably going to fall. The US dollar's DXY/NYB dominance in world financial markets is poised to erode over time as government officials seek to manipulate the strength of the currency for political purposes, according to the head of investment research at the world's largest hedge fund. The US dollar has had such a dominant role in the global financial system for so long that it can't get stronger, and at this point the United States has showed its willingness to use the dollar as more of a political tool, Karen Carnial-Tambor of Bridgewater Associates told Yahoo Finance at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, on Thursday. Carnial-Tambor's remarks are an apparent reference to the Trump administration's crusade calling for the Federal Reserve to lower rates and weaken the dollar. A weaker dollar would make U.S. exports more attractive by making outgoing goods cheaper for the rest of the world, supporting the administration's goal of shrinking the U.S. trade deficit with its trading partners. And lower interest rates typically decrease the yield on that country's assets like government bonds, sending investors scurrying elsewhere for returns and thereby decreasing the value of the currency used to buy those assets. The U.S. dollar could cede its dominant role in global financial markets in the long term, according to Bridgewater Associates head of research. Reuters, Yuriko Nakao. In one Twitter post in mid-last year, President Donald Trump said the euro and other currencies were devalued against the dollar, putting the U.S. at a big disadvantage, and he decried the Fed for keeping its benchmark interest rate at a level he considered way too high. Trump repeated similar calls for a weaker domestic currency and lower rates throughout the year, although the Fed has insisted it operates independently pressures. But the rhetoric has nevertheless seeped into the global psyche and put the U.S. dollar's position as the world reserve currency at risk in the long term, Karnial Tambor said. We're seeing more and more countries that are asking themselves, how concentrated do I really want to be in dollars? She said. That said, there are not so many global alternatives today that are as viable, she added. Over time, the role of the dollar is inevitably going to fall. Emily McCormick is a reporter for Yahoo Finance. Follow her on Twitter, at Emily_MCCK. Read more from Emily.
10 miles from
Bridgewater,
Van Horn.
stocks are more expensive in the US than anywhere else in the world. Netflix 4Q subscriber growth tops expectations, but guidance disappoints. Tesla has a key advantage over other automakers, analyst says. Why traders playing oil like it's 2010 are getting their heads handed to them. Valuations aren't overstretched after record year for stocks, strategist says. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Flipboard, LinkedIn, and Reddit. Find live stock market quotes and the latest business and finance news. Article 132 of 185. Donovan McNabb still blames Terrell Owens for breaking up the Eagles after 2005 Super Bowl loss, CBSSports.com. Fresh off an AFC title win with the Chiefs, Andy Reid is about to coach in his first Super Bowl in 15 years. The last time he led his team to the big game was in 2005 with an Eagles squad that featured the likes of Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens. That game served as the beginning of the end for those Eagles, who fell to the Patriots in Super Bowl 39 before things unraveled pretty quickly in a bizarre fallout. Owens was at the center of that unraveling thanks to his off-season drama and preseason antics, and it sounds like McNabb still places a lot of blame on the wide receiver for the Eagles falling apart and not getting another shot at a title. In a recent interview with Bleacher Report, the former quarterback reflected on what happened following the Super Bowl loss and how Owens became a distraction thanks to a bitter contract dispute and some off-the-wall behavior in training camp. His relationship with Owens is fractured to this day. 20.
You'll be in there for 3 fucking hours for a fucking oil change, dude.
Then the off-season we need to do in order to get back to where we were, said McNabb. I thought that was the major distraction for us. T.O. is doing pizza for the people out there, and we're sitting there in training camp just like Dickens and Jeremiah Trotter were my roommates, and Doc would come in like, what did he do now? I'm like, take a look. This is like days of our lives. It was unbelievable. But that was something that kind of broke us up, better off, and released him. Owens would go on to sign with one of the Eagles' biggest rivals in the Cowboys. OST. I can't wait to tell my story. Tweeted Owens in response to the Bleacher Report clip. I'm bringing popcorn, doing sit-ups and gonna eat a couple cans of chunky soup. This guy is a joke. Talking about I broke up the Eagles.
Let's see if the guy I swapped with earlier is here, if he made it out of here. I was talking to him earlier, and the trailer that I swapped, I gave him, ended up busting an airline apparently. And he had to sit and wait for somebody to come out and replace it. Yeah, that's Mesilla Valley Transport there, so he's definitely not here. Coming up on Van Horn, Texas right now. That exit 138 is the one that's coming up. Golf Course Drive. Puts us about 50 miles away from I-20. What, 850-ish? We'll be hitting 920. Logistics out of Fontana.
Didn't you tell them that you vouched for the Eagles to pay Westbrook but not me? It's on. Owens unleashed several more tweets on the subject, calling McNabb a jealous ass. The TO alleges to story. Article 133 of 185. Former NFL star on the run after allegedly assaulting a truck driver. The argument began when Brown reportedly refused to pay the truck driver. Police have issued an arrest warrant for a former professional football player who is accused of assaulting a moving truck driver. On Wednesday, January 22, police in Hollywood, Florida, issued an arrest warrant for 31-year-old wide receiver Antonio Brown on charges of burglary with battery. Slater scoop, an arrest warrant was just issued for Antonio Brown. There is no bond. pic.twitter.com/czpkhbrbzz. A moving truck driver arrived to drop off a he had been hired dollars payment. Brown refused. Get the free CDL Life app today. Free truck GPS parking locator, driver community, and a whole lot more. Use app. The truck driver said that he then attempted to leave the scene with Brown's property still in his truck, and that Brown responded by throwing a rock damaging his truck. TMZ reports that as the argument escalated, Brown climbed up on the truck, forced his way into the cab, and began to strike the truck driver. The truck driver said that Brown's trainer Glenn Holt took the keys from the ignition and unloaded Brown's belongings from the trailer. The large moving truck that was involving in the alleged battery outside of Antonio Brown's home just left the neighborhood, followed by a series of police cars. There appeared to be no one inside the back of those cars. pic.twitter.com/foopzam. Cameron Wolf, at Cameron Wolf, January 21, 2020. The truck driver says that he suffered cuts and scratches from the assault. Holt has since been arrested, but police have not yet taken Brown into custody. Brown has not played in the NFL since he was released by the New England Patriots during Week 2 of the 2019 season after he was accused of rape. Download the CDL Life app. Free truck navigation. Download. Ashley. Article 134 of one-year-old man died. Fox News. Top headlines for January 24 are here. After emergency responders found hundreds of military explosives inside the residence of a 70-year-old man who died of apparently natural causes. Investigators in Stockton didn't immediately know how the man came to possess the explosives, Fox 40 of Sacramento reported. World War II explosives found with metal detector boy got for Christmas. Following the discovery by Stockton police and paramedics around 9:10 a.m., a police bomb squad and personnel from Travis Air Force Base in Fairfield responded to the scene, the station reported. They just left about an hour ago. Just because of how many types of devices are still in the home, they had to go back and get additional personnel, Stockton police officer Joe Silva told Fox 40 Thursday evening. An estimated 20 surrounding homes were evacuated, with residents gaining access to a Red Cross shelter set up at a local community center, the Record of Stockton reported. Street closures at the high number of devices at the he told the Record. Click here to get the Fox News app. Authorities didn't immediately know if the deceased man had served in the military or if anyone else lived in the home, according to the newspaper. Article 135 of 185. Truck stop giant announces big name change. By Ashley. January 23, 2020. On Thursday, North American truck stop group pilot Flying J announced that the company would transition to a new corporate name. On January 23, company leaders announced that Knoxville, Tennessee headquartered pilot Flying J will business as it continues to expand its retail and the work our team has put into our 60-plus year legacy innovative company that we must continue in our company pilot travel center.
So that brings up a question though, because when I get around the country, I see often new pilot or Flying J locations are going up, or I see new Love's locations going up. But it's been a while since I've seen any new. They don't see. Yeah, exactly. With Pilot, it's just the company, the parent company. So yeah, they'll still. It's kind of a parent company also. They're all under Young Brands. They got a new Flying J going up real close to where the Peterbilt dealer is in Fontana that I take my truck to. It's just two the Peterbilt dealer, and then on the other side of Three Sisters is where that new Flying J is going in. I happened to notice it the other day when actually last week when I dropped my truck off. Because I went there. Yes. Agree. That kind of like Love sometimes does too. Versus if you go to Denny, if you go to Flying J, it's almost guaranteed you're don't look at it, see a Denny's there. I don't mind Denny's, but sometimes I want something different. 15 years ago. And it sounded like he shouldn't have been worrying too much about what Terrell got come game day. What does it matter how what he does during training time? So I remember Herschel Walker. Yeah, it was always said that his workout routine was always nothing more than jogging and a bunch of like different push-ups and sit-ups. You might do them different styles and stuff, like the push-ups, but supposedly that's all he ever really did was push-ups, sit-ups, and running. And he'd do like 1,000 or so push-ups, 1,000 or so sit-ups, and run like 10 to 15 miles or whatever the hell it was every day. That's a guy I always liked. Or wait, no, wasn't it? Yeah, it's been so long. I remember right for the Eagles, but I think it was only like a season or so. The end of his career.
Woman sitting in car robbed at gunpoint in Victorville, bbng.com. Victorville, Caliph. bbng.com. A man is being sought by police after allegedly robbing a woman at gunpoint in Victorville. Police said that at approximately 2:52 p.m. on Thursday, January 23, 2020, a man approached a woman who was sitting in her vehicle in the 16,200 block of Silica Drive. The suspect after taking a small amount of cash. The victim's injury was non-life-threatening and emergency medical personnel responded to the scene. Rodriguez said the suspect was not located. The suspect was described as a white male, 35 to 40 years old, approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall and 140 to 150 lbs. He has blonde hair and was wearing a black shirt and black jeans. He fled the location in a white sedan. The incident occurred less than half a mile away from Mojave Vista Elementary School. Anyone with information is asked to call the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. Armed robbery crime Victorville. Article 137 of 185. Truck reverses into Harbor Freight Tools in Hesperia during burglary, bbng.com. Hesperia, Caliph. bbng.com, a suspect intentionally reversed his pickup truck into a Harbor Freight Tools earlier this week during a commercial burglary. On Monday, January 20, 2020, at approximately 2:20 a.m., deputies responded to the business located at 11,940 Hesperia Road for an audible burglar alarm and located the front doors smashed open. The store's surveillance video captured a red pickup truck reversing and crashing into the glass double doors. A suspect wearing all black with a red bandana exits the truck and runs inside the business. Amongst the items stolen were Hercule drills and machetes. The dollar amount of damages caused or the value of the stolen items was not available. The investigation is still ongoing and anyone with information is asked to contact the Hesperia Police Department at 769-947-1500. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. Burglary Harbor Freight Hesperia. Article 138 of 185. Local teacher discovers unknown sister through 23andMe, bbng.com. Timothy Baum connects with newly found sister after online genetic testing. Hesperia, Caliph. BBNG.com, for most, family is just a phone call or car trip away, but for Timothy Baum, a teacher at Hesperia Junior High, it was a 23andMe test that revealed new family. Baum was adopted with his younger siblings, on his mom's side, and spent the majority of his life without contact with his biological father. Curious about his genetics with the arrival of his firstborn approaching, Baum elected to participate in 23andMe genetic testing after a suggestion from his mother-in-law to learn more about himself. It's not just lineage, it's also health, so it can show you what things you're more likely to have, said Baum. After taking the test, Baum received a notification that he had a DNA relative that shared 23% of his DNA, meaning she was most likely a half-sibling from his father. I took about a day to think about it before I messaged her, said Baum. We chatted for a while, on the 23andMe site and then on Facebook, and eventually video chatted. Before I knew it, we were making plans to meet each other in person, said Baum. It was exciting and relieving finding out I do have someone sane on that side of the family. Baum has plans to continue the relationship with his newly found sister and says she plans to visit after the birth of his daughter. When asked if he had advice for anyone who may be hesitant about testing, Baum stated he was happy he did it and that it was best to have all the knowledge you can. I think any child that's adopted or in the foster system would like to know where they came from, said Baum. It's not everything, but it is something that helps to answer some questions, which is nice. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. 23andMe sister teacher Timothy Baum. Article 139 of 185.
Hey Jim, how's it going?
Car-to-car shooting on Highway 395 near the 15 freeway in Hesperia, BBNG.com. Hesperia, Caliph. BBNG.com, authorities are investigating a car-to-car shooting that occurred in the area of Highway 395 and the 15 freeway in Hesperia. It happened at about 9:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 22, 2020. Deputies from the Hesperia Police Department responded to the pilot truck stop at 8701 U.S. Highway 395 reference to an assault, officials said. Sheriff's spokeswoman Jackie Albin told BBNG an unknown suspect or suspects in a red Honda Civic shot at the victim's vehicle as they were traveling south on U.S. Highway 395 near the on-ramp of the I-15. One of the victims was struck by glass and received minor injuries, stated Albin. The investigation is still ongoing and anyone with information is asked to call 760-947-1500. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. 15 Freeway Hesperia Highway 395 shooting. Article 140 of 185. Motorcyclist critically injured in Thursday morning crash, BBNG.com. Victorville, Caliph. BBNG.com, a motorcyclist critically injured in a crash Thursday morning was airlifted to a trauma center. It happened at about 8:46 a.m. the intersection of Ramona Avenue and Kentwood Boulevard in Victorville and involved a burgundy 2005 Yamaha YZF-R6 and a white four-door sedan. The call was initially reported as a vehicle versus a pedestrian, however, when Victorville City Fire arrived they determined the person injured was a downed motorcyclist. Firefighters requested an airship to fly the rider to an out-of-area trauma center. The patient was rushed to Victor Valley Global Medical Center where a Mercy Air helicopter was waiting to transport. The rider was rushed inside the emergency room before being airlifted. This is a developing story. Additional information will be updated as it becomes available. Hugo C. Valdez, BBNG.com, the white four-door sedan sustained damage to the passenger side of the vehicle. Hugo C. Valdez, BBNG.com. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
In front of a motorcycle
Share
or a red
this.
light?
Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. Motorcycle crash Victorville. Article 141 of 185. 4 injured in head-on crash on Air Expressway Thursday night. BBNG.com. Victorville, Caliph. BBNG.com. 1 person was airlifted to a trauma center and 3 others were transported to area hospitals following a head-on crash Thursday night. The 2-vehicle collision was reported at 7:38 p.m. on Air Expressway, east of Jarrod Boulevard, where the roadway curves, and involved a white 2010 Kia Rio and a gray Jeep Patriot. Firefighters from the Victorville City Fire responded to the incident and requested a total of 3 ground ambulances and 1 air ambulance to transport a total of 4 patients. A 42-year-old male with a leg injury was airlifted to Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. 3 patients with less critical injuries were taken to St. Mary's Medical Center. Air Expressway was shut down in both directions for approximately 2 hours as officers investigated the crash and cleared up the scene. Drugs or alcohol are suspected of being a contributing factor in the crash. Additional information will be updated as it becomes available. Deputy C. Bennington photographing the scene of the head-on crash. Gabriel D. Espinoza, Victor Valley News. Jeep Patriot with major front-end damage. Gabriel D. Espinoza, BBNG.com. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Share this. Tweet. WhatsApp. More. Tags. Head-on crash Victorville. Article 142 of 185.
This is in Victorville.
Patrick
That one
Mahomes
there.
takes heat on social media after...
Okay, in Victorville, where I live, Air Expressway is over by Victorville, or Southern Cal Logistics Airport, which used to be known as George Air Force Base. It's actually one of the ways I tend to use to get over to US 395. Because I usually don't like to go through, take 395 straight up from I-15. So what I'll usually do is, from my area, I'll go up D Street or Highway 18. The one that goes over toward Apple Valley. Take it across up to the northwest, whatever, and then turn left on Air Expressway and take Air Expressway all the way over to 395. The Air Expressway is where they're saying that happened, and where the road curves is kind of more toward the side closer to D Street or National Charles Highway, which used to be, that's basically Route 66. Route 66 is the back way up to, an alternate route up to Barstow. Okay, yeah, now, Argyle's just answered your question about where I'm personally at right now. So, I'm about 10 miles away from I-20 at the moment. So I wasn't sure if you were talking about, if you were asking where my location was or where the article was talking about. That's probably be stopping to, I guess, just get a drink or something. Hey, Charlie. The wind kind of shift from basically toward the left to the right direction. Now it's back to where I have to, now it's coming more from the right to the left.
Patrick Mahomes takes heat on social media after George Zimmerman tweets resurface, Fox News. Close. Video. Patrick Mahomes nearly gets sacked on social media over Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman tweets. Patrick Mahomes' 2011 tweets appeared to show he and his former high school football teammate talking back and forth about the George Zimmerman-Trayvon Martin shooting and trial. During the Twitter discussion, Mahomes did not appear to take a side. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes came under fire on social media over his old tweets about the George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin case and his apparent support for law enforcement. The 2011 tweets surfaced prior to the AFC Championship game between the Chiefs and the Tennessee Titans and appeared to show Mahomes and his former high school football teammate talking back and forth about the case and the trial. Patrick Mahomes receives congratulations from father's ex-MLB team after Chiefs' AFC title win. The quarterback was initially being hit on Twitter for his alleged support of Zimmerman, who was cleared of all charges in the 2013 shooting of the unarmed black teenager. However, a separate thread further showed that Mahomes and the former teammate were engaging in a discussion about the case in which he did not appear to take a side. The teammate's replies to Mahomes were still live as of Thursday, but Mahomes' tweets were deleted. Nonetheless, the NFL MVP was slammed over the tweets. Before he snapped the ball at Texas Tech, the quarterback has never spoken out publicly about the Zimmerman trial or Martin's death. Last May, Mahomes and two other quarterbacks spent time at the Kansas City Regional Police Academy as part of National Police Week. They were seen handling sniper rifles, putting on bulletproof vests, controlling a police. Brett Favre sees some recognized for it. It's good to be with me doing it anytime soon. At the same time, it would be cool to see what they did on a day-to-day basis, but I know it'd be hard and grinding to put on that 80-pound vest and run around, he said. Click here for more Super Bowl 54 coverage.
Okay, so the conversation's about person A and person B, and it sounds like he's talking about something in support of person C, or the cops. What's the problem there? I don't get that. They didn't have anything to do with that shooting, and all they did was investigate it. People trying to imply that the cops were racist because they sided with Zimmerman and not with Trayvon Martin's side. I don't know. Your opinion is worth. It sounded to me like he was trying to be objective sides and trying to be intelligent about it. I don't see what the problem is. Just a few miles away from I-20 now. starting to look a little wet again. I've got 30 degrees here. Finish straight around this curve and then I'll move over. Got on the I-20 from I-10. I'm at the 1 mile marker right now. Noticing that about Kirk Douglas. I don't remember all that. I don't remember much about him personally. I know he's Michael Douglas's dad, and I've heard his name mentioned a lot in the past. I just don't know what stuff he's been involved with that I might recognize, or that I might remember seeing, or whatever. Be pretty old there, 103 years old. That's a long time. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw that old Spartacus movie. Might have seen my dad watching it or something at some point in time when I was a kid, but old black and white movies tended to not interest me. Kind of tells you I'm not quite so mature in age yet. I'm in my 40s, so a lot of the stuff I'm gonna know is stuff that might have come out just not too long before my time or since my time. Some more recent stuff that he's done, because I'm not gonna know much about older stuff. I was never really a big John Wayne fan. I mean, I don't have a problem with them. I just didn't care to watch those kind of movies. So anything along that line, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't know. Well, I might recognize the name of, but that's about it. Yeah, Jimmy, that's what you were telling me on the phone the other day, too. We're just a few years apart in age. The birdcage? Is there an earlier birdcage, or are you talking about the one that had, who was it, like Robin Williams and Goldie Hawn, or whatever the hell it was in that movie? early for my time. Or not necessarily way too early, but stuff that I never had any interest in, I guess, even yeah, for whatever reason. He hasn't made any movies for like 30 years. Okay. No, I think I remember looking him up a while back too, and I don't quite remember if I saw his, you know, any film credits on his profile that really stood out. Last thing he was in was in 2008. What was that? There's a possibility I could have seen that if it was that recent. Netflix or Hulu, I think. I thought I remember seeing that one on one of them recently. Or at least, yeah, show up on my list. Longest Day and Hellfire. Those are, yeah, if I remember, it's the Longest Day. Isn't that a war movie? Again, I don't know any John Wayne movies. I've heard of them, but I've not really sat down and watched from start to finish any John Wayne movie there is that I'm aware of. Yeah, guys, I'd probably have to say the same about Dick Van Dyke. I don't remember too much that he's been in either, but I know he, let's see, I know I used to watch the Dick Van Dyke show as a kid sometimes. It wasn't something I watched all the time, but every once in a while, I guess I'd watch it. And he was also in Miller movie, right? Night of the Smithsonian. Isn't he one of the older curator guys or older security guys, whatever, in that movie? Or am I mixing him up with somebody else in that one? I did watch, I would kind of call it a musical movie in a way, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I always liked that one. But really aren't a lot of musical themed movies that I can't handle those kind of movies a lot of times. It's not my style. So a lot of them is just, can you guys just shut up and have dialogue and quit your stupid singing? It just doesn't fit with the flow of the movie, or the plot, I guess. And, I don't know, just perspective, I guess. So I know my parents love those musical kind of movies. Yeah, and there are some that I actually do like, so I can't say I absolutely hate that genre, but yeah, very, very few and far between that I find that I like in that genre. Okay, yeah, I've heard of Diagnosis Murder. I don't think I'm not sure I ever watched it. Kind of wondering if maybe when I was on my lunch breaks at work, when I was as an aircraft mechanic, maybe once in a while someone else in the shop might have had the TV on and happened to be watching it or something, but I don't even know if that was what it was. Once I get stopped in Pecos, before I get rolling again, I can always pull up Kirk's Wikipedia page or something, and I can listen to the whole story about him with that one. I'm sure there's probably stuff he's done that I might have seen or something, but he wasn't in like Tora or Midway or anything like that, was he? I swore I've seen something before where I saw his name in the credits. I just don't know what. Charlton Heston. I've heard some people say they didn't like it that much. And like you're saying, they like the original one better. And then I've seen other people or heard other people say they actually liked the new one. But yeah, it was pretty decent. So I'm not really sure what to make of it. I've not seen it yet. I'm interested in watching it just so I can get my own opinion on it. I have seen the original Midway a handful of times. I don't care for that one as much as I like Tora, but it was still a good movie overall. I took a lot of liking to real life, true story kind of movies, and particularly those that are war biographicals, I guess you would call it. Tora, man, that movie never gets old for me. I can watch it quite often. That was really good. And they did everything they could to make it as historically accurate as possible. I know the Japanese had some issues with it, from what I recall reading in the past, but I forgot what all their issues were with it. I know they did a really good job of trying to make that whole the whole story on Tora as accurate as possible. You know, Pearl Harbor with Ben Affleck, I thought it was decent, I'd say, but I think it had a little bit too much focus on the romance and distraction kind of stuff there. The personal lives of them, and it's one thing to kind of, if you're going to focus on that perspective, or it's on those particular individuals, I guess it makes some sense there. I guess it just wasn't what I was expecting from it. When I hear the movie Pearl Harbor, the name Pearl Harbor, I expect to see a movie largely about Pearl Harbor. I don't mind some like the personal and romance stuff, and you got to keep some people interested who won't, who might not otherwise be interested in some of the other aspects of the movie for a broader viewer appeal, but tend to focus a little bit too heavily on the romance part of it and stuff, or bizarre love triangle and stuff, and it tends to be a little bit much of a distraction from the point of the movie, from what my thought on that was. So needless to say, I wasn't overly impressed with that movie, but it was decent. It's good entertainment, and I don't mind watching it again. Have a good night. Maybe I'll catch you on the latter part of the next stream. That'll be on the early morning hours. I've already driven 125 miles. It doesn't even really feel like you've been 15 miles away from being on the road over 2 hours. So, field. What was that, Lerner Field? Or what was that other field that they were at over on the... Wasn't that over that Marine base or whatever it was up on the northeast end of Oahu? I forget where those two guys were at when they actually got up, managed to get up in the air and launch a counterattack against the Japanese torpedo bombers and all that. No, not torpedo bombers, but all what to do with the ground attacks. Aircraft that were by themselves, I don't think they were at Hickam. I thought they were at some other airfield, a smaller one. My time was actually being at Hickam first happened. It wasn't like everybody else was at Hickam, and then I thought they had two airplanes by themselves, whatever, some other like a smaller base. The base before, and I know I've seen it on the map where it's at. It's been so long, I forget what it's actually called. Trouble there with the aircraft. So we bought them all together instead of dispersing them. Yeah. I remember even in the movie Tora, they were talking. There was that one general who didn't like the way that the planes were arranged. I guess they were too worried about sabotage and didn't find out the anti-sabotage arrangement that they had actually made them easier targets for the Japanese. Let's see, at least at least three oil drills working over here on the left, maybe four. Two real close to each other, and then another one further off to the north. set aside just for them in lodging, or a couple of rooms, whatever. And I think for them we had a 30-minute window to launch. Maybe it might have been 5, I forget. Because I gotta hurry up, or yeah, I think it's 30. Or an hour, I forget. So if that klaxon goes off, they gotta hurry and scramble over to the aircraft, get it open, get the APU fired up, and then the pilots get up in there and start firing up engines and get moving fast. F-16s, F-35s, F-15s, and all that kind of stuff when they're doing alert. I think from when the klaxon goes off to when they have to be wheels off the ground is about, I think that's also about 5 minutes. Yeah, 12-hour shifts was always normal for me anytime I was deployed. It's always 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, and then if the workload permitted, they'd let people go home early and have only like maybe a skeleton crew or only maybe one or two people or a couple of people actually stay at the base at the shop. It might rotate also sometimes where some people get cut back and others stay, and then next time they do cut back, some the people who stayed last time get cut back, and the ones who got cut back stayed. Yeah, 6 on, 1 off seemed to be the normal routine for any kind of deployment situation that I've ever been on. Although some places that also do what they call we call the Panama schedule. I think we've talked about that before. The 3 on, 2 off, 2 on, 3 off. I want to get around Old Dominion here, but I believe my exit's coming out for Loves. So I'm gonna make a stop at Loves. I hate having them, I hate having them think that I'm always going to use rewards points or, free drink credits, whatever. I'm like, I don't have drink credits there. Well, you want to use your, you can get credits for it. Yeah, that's a penny for every time I buy a drink? No, thanks. Not worth the time. Just let me pay for my damn drink and leave me alone. It's like off 385 or something. They're gonna worry. I'll wait to see if this other 4-wheeler behind me is gonna do anything. Can't sit here and keep doing 65 miles an hour forever. Retards flashing brights at me to let me know I come over. Stop doing that crap. Either turn your headlights off or don't do anything. Quit being a fucking lazy asshole. to do that. Don't do that. I don't know what kind of idiots teach people to do that kind of crap, but it's got to stop. Yeah, I'm familiar with Red Horse. They also have like prime beef and prime ribs or whatever. They had like different. They all had different functions. They can't be bothered to get their hand off the damn steering wheel and reach for the light switch. Sorry, your laziness and blaming me is not considered a courtesy. I'm not considered extremely rude every time. If you really want to be that lazy, then just don't do anything at all. I'm perfectly fine. I know when it's time for me to come over. I don't need anybody's help. The only time I ever appreciate that kind of help at all is if someone is behind me and I'm ready, like a four-wheeler's behind me, and I'm concerned that they're going to try to move over, cut the other truck off, and try to pass me on the right before I'm far enough ahead where I want to move over. I'm stopped here at the Loves here in Pickles for a few. So just getting a drink, probably some sunflower seeds or something, and press on. Oh, it's 285. I knew it was something 85. Remember when the high beams used to be a button on the floor? Yes, and every so often I still people post stuff on Facebook. Hey, like if you know what this is and repost it, or you know what it is, whatever, and then share it or whatever kind of thing. Or if you're old enough to know what this is or whatever they say. Those posts kind of crack me up. Cases though, you can signal to me all you want. I'll move over when I'm ready to move over. A lot of times people signal to me it's okay to move over when, in my opinion, I'm too close to them. I don't need to be moving over right in front of someone, only 10, 20 feet ahead of them. Only an idiot would do that. Man, the only time I'll do that is if someone's behind me, like I say, and I'm worried that they're gonna try to cut around me, try to pass me on the right. Like squeeze between us. Otherwise, just mind your business. Let me make my own decision when I'm ready to come over. gonna nose the trailer truck in, I guess that's the place to do it at, but not something you will ever see me doing. I will never try to back out blindly and not have any idea what the hell I'm backing out into. I really don't give a rat's ass if people don't like my my reefer unit noise or whatever else. Oh, damn it. Coastal, you want that open lane, you can have it. I'm just here for a drink. Come on up, Coastal. All I want's drink and sunflower seeds. You can have that fuel island if you want it. Yeah, this guy looks like he might be getting ready to leave anyway.
That's one of the nicest things I heard all day on this radio.
Yeah, courtesy's a hard thing to find nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, man. You know, we all come together and be together. It might be a lot different out here, but that's pretty kind of you, sir. You have a nice night.
Good. see, the drivers out here who can appreciate it, and there's a driver who actually has enough sense to be courteous to other drivers out here. I do see another JCT truck right over here. Did notice, I also did notice him before I got out of the truck. Now, let's get rolling. This guy come all the way over to this side and then waltz right out of here. Or at least I left lanes open for people to get fuel if anyone else was going to come in and get fuel. Now, as I was telling the guy who was in front of me, he was trying to gesture for me to go ahead and head over to the next lane over. I'm like, don't worry about it. I'm not here for... No, because I got to the door to get inside the building at the same time as him and his wife. And I said, I'm not here to get fuel. I didn't want to take up a spot for fuel if someone else was going to come in and need fuel. And I don't want to have them wait. I wouldn't want to have to wait if I was the guy coming in, and why should I have to sit and wait for someone who's not even getting fuel? Why are they even in the island? Is what I'd be thinking. All right, 144 miles knocked out. 430 to 440 to go. About 430-ish. Yeah. That's a huge pothole right here in this on-ramp. About 300 miles in on my shift before I stop for my break, for my 30. If I get even further, it'd be better, because then I might be able to just run one more, one solid leg from wherever I end up stopping to the customer after that. If they do come over and then all of a sudden they have to slow down suddenly for something that happens in front of them, they have to suddenly slow down, then you end up rear-ending them. Okay, if they just move over on their own and do that, then it can actually be completely their fault for moving over too soon. And you gotta have a reasonable time to adjust to them too, or you're following at a safe distance. Remember, it takes a whole second for you to even start to react to something if something does happen. So if you're following at less than a second behind somebody, you're going to hit them more than likely before you even have a chance to react. You'll think that you're good, but you're not. And if you signal for them that they can come on over, then now you're accepting some liability if they do come over and have to suddenly slow down for something that, maybe a wild animal's going across the road and they're trying to avoid hitting it, or maybe something develops in the traffic right in front of them or whatever. And they have to suddenly react to it. You're a sitting duck. There's no way way you're going to avoid running into them. And then if you signal that they can come over, then you're accepting responsibility if there is an accident. You won't necessarily be the one at fault, but I mean, you won't be primarily at fault. But I guarantee you, when it goes to court, you know, because there's criminal court and there's civil court. You have that kind of an accident that gets into civil court, the person who you rear end is going to be able to argue, hey, but they signaled that I could come over. So by signaling that I could come over, it meant it was safe for me to come over. And and so they should have known better. So never signal that they can come over. You know, or at least not when they're right barely in front of you. Let them get as far as they want. Let them make their own decision when it's safe to come over. You don't need to concern yourself with how soon or how far away ahead of you they move over. Now, you do have a reason to be concerned if they do move over on their own too soon, and it takes too long for them to give you the space that you should have to be following at a safe distance. Best practice, just don't do anything at all. Let them make their own mind up when they're going to move over. You know, in fact, when there's nobody behind me, and I'm passing somebody, I'll give plenty of space. I don't need to move over right away. The more space that we have between us, and the more you can clearly see around me, and have space to work with to slow down if you or take some kind of evasive action if need be. When I do come over, and even better. Turkey and cheddar Lunchable things that they sell. Well, we usually get those things for my daughter for school, but yeah, they're actually good little snacks. Before I just got off the freeway there, he signaled that I could come over way sooner than I felt was necessary or reasonable. And meanwhile, at other times where I'll pass another truck up, like usually it's often a FedEx or somebody similar. Yeah, well, I'm not going a hell of a lot faster, but I'm going faster. Not drag racing, but not passing them quickly. Sometimes I'll give them what I think is a reasonable amount of space, and then they get pissed off at me for moving over too soon. Yeah, it's interesting how some people can be with that. So yeah, I adapted to that. I just learned, hey, particularly if my speed is not that much different from theirs, I'm going to give them more space than I'll give them more space before I'll move over, whenever possible. The only time I'll move over over sooner is if, like I say, if I have someone following me and I'm trying to vacate the lane to let faster traffic go by. stop at the 300, 300 plus point. Just say, get out of the truck for a minute, refuel, whatever, stretch my legs, then run another 150 or so until I start running low on time, and then I might even have like 450 plus miles in by the time I stop for a 30-minute break. So things go. Ideally, I also want to do a 30 and a pilot flying J. Ideally, early in the morning where I can actually get a shower. But I gotta be able to find a place to park to do that in order to do that. Everything about Kirk Douglas. As if, like me, you don't know enough about Kirk Douglas. Why he's getting all this attention today with his recent passing. Might recognize some of that stuff.
Kirk Douglas, Wikipedia. This article is being heavily edited because its subject has recently died. Knowledge about the circumstances of the death and surrounding events may change rapidly as more facts come to light. Initial news reports may be unreliable, and the last updates to this article may not reflect the most current information. Please feel free to improve this article or discuss changes on the top page. Learn how and when to remove this template message. Kirk Douglas. Douglas C. 1955. Born. Isher Danilovich Dembski. December 9, 1916. Amsterdam, New York, U.S. Died February 5, 2020, age 103. Beverly Hills, California, U.S. Other names: Izzy Dembski, Isidore Dembski. Education: Street, Lawrence University. Occupation: actor, producer, director, author, soldier. Years active: 1946-2008. Political party: Democratic. Spouses: Diana Dill, M. 1943, Div. 1951. Ann Bidens, M. 1954. Children: Michael B. 1944. Joel B. 1947. Peter B. 1955. Eric, 1958-2004. Military career: Allegiance, United States of America. Service branch: United States Navy. Years of service: 1941-1944. Rank: LTJG 1. Battles, wars: World War II. Signature: Kirk Douglas, born Isher Danilovich Dembski, December 9, 1916 to February 5, 2020, was an American actor, producer, director, and author. After an impoverished childhood with immigrant parents and 6 sisters, he made his film debut in The Strange Love of Martha Ivers, 1946, with Barbara Stanwyck. Douglas soon developed into a leading box office star throughout the 1950s, known for serious dramas, including westerns and war movies. During his career, he appeared in more than 90 movies. Douglas was known for his explosive acting style, which he displayed as a criminal defense attorney in Town Without Pity, 1961. Douglas became an international star through positive reception for his leading role as an unscrupulous boxing hero in Champion, 1949, which brought him his first nomination for the Academy Award for Best Actor. His other early films include Young Man with a Horn, 1950, playing opposite Lauren Bacall and Doris Day, Ace in the Hole opposite Jan Sterling, 1951, and Detective Story, 1951, for which he received a Golden Globe nomination as Best Actor in a Drama. He received a second Oscar nomination for his dramatic role in The Bad and the Beautiful, 1952, opposite Lana Turner, and his third nomination for portraying Vincent van Gogh in Lust for Life, 1956, which landed him a second Golden Globe nomination. In 1955, he established Bryna Productions, which began producing films as varied as Paths of Glory, 1957, and Spartacus, 1960. In those two films he collaborated with the then relatively unknown director Stanley Kubrick, taking lead roles in both films. Douglas has been praised for helping to break the Hollywood blacklist by having Dalton Trumbo write Spartacus with an official on-screen credit. 2. He produced and starred in Lonely Are the Brave, 1962, considered a classic, and 7 Days in May, 1964, opposite Burt Lancaster, with whom he made 7 films. In 1963, he starred in the Broadway play One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, a story that he purchased and later gave to his son Michael Douglas, who turned it into an Oscar-winning film. As an actor and philanthropist, Douglas received 3 Academy Award nominations, an Oscar for Lifetime Achievement, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. As an author, he wrote 10 novels and memoirs. He is number 17 on the American Film Institute's list of the greatest male screen legends of classic Hollywood cinema, the highest-ranked living person on the list until his death. After barely surviving a helicopter crash in 1991 and then suffering a stroke in 1996, he focused on renewing his spiritual and religious life. He lived with his second wife, of 65 years, Ann Bidens, a producer, until his death on February 5, 2020, at age 103. A centenarian, he was one of the last surviving stars of the film industry's golden age. 3. Contents.
65 years.
1. Early life and education. 2. Early career. 3. Career. 3.1 1940s. 3.2 1950s. 3.3 1960s. 3.4 1970s minus 2010s. 4. Style and philosophy of acting. 5. Personal life. 5.1 Personality. 5.2 Marriages and children. 5.3 Religion. 5.4 Philanthropy. 5.5 Affiliations. 5.6 Hobbies. 6 Health issues and death. 7 Filmography. 8 Radio appearances. 9 Honors and awards. 10 Books. 11 See also. 12 Notes. 13 References. 14 Further reading. 15 External links. Early life and education. Douglas was born Isher Danilovich, Yiddish Belarusian, in Amsterdam, New York, the son of Bryna, Bertha, née Sangel, 1884-1958, and Herschel, Harry, Danilovich, c. 1884-1950. Citations regarding his exact year of birth differ. 4, 5, 6. His parents were Jewish immigrants from Chavazy, Mogilev region, in the Russian Empire, present-day Belarus, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and the family spoke Yiddish at home. 13, 14, 15. His father's brother, who immigrated earlier, used the surname Dembski, which Douglas's family adopted in the United States. 16, 2. Douglas grew up as Izzy Dembski and legally changed his name to Kirk Douglas before entering the United States Navy during World War II. 17, In his 1988 autobiography, The Ragman's Son, Douglas notes the hardships that he, along with 6 sisters and his parents, endured during their early years in Amsterdam, New York. My father, who had been a horse trader in Russia, got himself a horse and a small wagon, and became a ragman, buying old rags, pieces of metal, and junk for pennies, nickels, and dimes. Even on Eagle Street, in the poorest section of town, where all the families were struggling, the ragman was on the lowest rung on the ladder. Growing up, Douglas sold snacks to mill workers to earn enough to buy milk and bread to help his family. Later, he delivered newspapers, and during his youth he had more than 40 jobs before becoming an actor. 18. He found living in a family with 6 sisters to be stifling. I was dying to get out. In a sense, it lit a fire under me. In high school, after acting in plays, he then knew he wanted to become a professional actor. 19. Unable to afford the tuition, Douglas talked his way into the dean's office at St. Lawrence University and showed him a list of his high school honors. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in 1939. He received a loan which he paid back by working part-time as a gardener and a janitor. He was a standout on the wrestling team and wrestled one summer in a carnival to make money. 20. Douglas's acting talents were noticed at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts in New York City, which gave him a special scholarship. One of his classmates was Betty Joan Persky, later known as Lauren Bacall, who would play an important role in launching his film career. 21. Bacall wrote that she had a wild crush on Kirk, 22, and they dated casually. Another classmate and a friend of Bacall's was aspiring actress Diana Dill, who would later become Douglas's first wife. During their time together, Bacall learned Douglas had no money and that he once spent the night in jail since he had no place to sleep. She once gave him her uncle's old coat to keep warm. "I thought he must be frozen in the winter." He was thrilled and grateful. Sometimes, just to see him, she would drag a friend or her mother to the restaurant where he worked as a busboy and waiter. He told her his dream was to someday bring his family to New York to see him on stage. During that period she fantasized about someday sharing her personal and stage lives with Douglas, but would later be disappointed. "Kirk did not really pursue me. He was friendly and sweet, enjoyed my company, but I was clearly too young for him," the 8 years younger Bacall later wrote. 22. Early career. Douglas first wanted to be an actor after he recited the poem The Red Robin of Spring while in kindergarten and received applause. 23. He joined the United States Navy in 1941, shortly after the United States entered World War II, where he served as a communications officer and anti-submarine warfare aboard USS PC-1137. 1. He was medically discharged in 1944 for war injuries sustained from the accidental dropping of a depth charge. 24. He married Diana Dill on November 2, 1943. They had 2 sons, Michael in 1944 and Joel in 1947, before they divorced in 1951. 25-26. After the war, Douglas returned to New York City and found work in radio, theater and commercials. In his radio work, he acted in network soap operas, and saw those experiences as being especially valuable, as skill in using one's voice is important for aspiring actors. He regretted that the same avenues are no longer available. His stage break occurred when he took over the role played by Richard Widmark in Kiss and Tell, 1943, which then led to other offers. 21. Douglas had planned to remain a stage actor, until his friend, Lauren Bacall, helped him get his first film role by recommending him to producer Hal B. Wallace, who was looking for a new male talent. 27. Wallace's film, The Strange Love of Martha Ivers, 1946, with Barbara Stanwyck, became Douglas's debut screen appearance. He played a young, insecure man, stung with jealousy, whose life was dominated by his ruthless wife, and he hid his feelings with alcohol. It would be the last time that Douglas portrayed a weakling in a film role. 28-29. Reviewers of the film noted that Douglas already projected qualities of a natural film actor, with the similarity of this role with later ones explained by biographer Tony Thomas. His style and his personality came across on the screen, something that does not always happen, even with the finest actors. Douglas had, and has, a distinctly individual manner. He radiates a certain inexplicable quality, and it is this, as much as talent, that accounts for his success in films. 30. Career. 1940s. In 1947, Douglas made Out of the Past, UK, Build My Gallows High. He starred in this film with Robert Mitchum and Jane Greer. Douglas made his Broadway debut in 1949 in Three Sisters, produced by Katharine Cornell. 31. Douglas's image as a tough guy was established in his 8th film, Champion, 1949, after producer Stanley Kramer chose him to play a selfish boxer. In accepting the role, he took a gamble, however, since he had to turn down an offer to star in a big-budget MGM film, The Great Sinner, which would have earned him 3 times the income. 32. Film historian Ray Didinger says, he saw Champion as a greater risk, but also a greater opportunity. Douglas took the part and absolutely nailed it. Frederick Romano, another sports film historian, described Douglas's acting as alarmingly authentic. Douglas shows great concentration in the ring. His intense focus on his opponent draws the viewer into the ring. Perhaps his best characteristic is his patented snarl and grimace. He leaves no doubt that he is a man on a mission. 33. Douglas and Lauren Bacall in Young Man with a Horn, 1950. Douglas received his first Academy Award nomination and the film earned 6 nominations in all. Variety magazine called it a stark, realistic study of the boxing rackets. 32. From that film on, he decided that to succeed as a star, he needed to ramp up his intensity, overcome his natural shyness, and choose stronger roles. He later stated, "I don't think I'd be much of an actor without vanity." And I'm not interested in being a modest actor. 34. Early in his Hollywood career, he demonstrated his independent streak and broke his studio contracts to gain total control over his projects, forming his own movie company, Grinna Productions, named after his mother. 19. 1950s. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, Douglas was a major box office star, playing opposite some of the leading actresses of that era. He played a frontier peace officer in his first Western Along the Great Divide, 1951. He quickly became very comfortable with riding horses and playing gunslingers, and appeared in many westerns. He considers Lonely Are the Brave, 1962, in which he plays a cowboy trying to live by his own code, as his personal favorite. 35. The film, written by Dalton Trumbo, was respected by critics but did not do well at the box office due to poor marketing and distribution. 34-36. In 1950, Douglas played Rick Martin in Young Man with a Horn, based on a novel of the same name by Dorothy Baker inspired by the life of Bix Beiderbecke, the jazz cornetist. Composer-pianist Hoagy Carmichael, playing the sidekick role, added realism to the film and gave Douglas insight into the role, being a friend of the real Beiderbecke. 37. Doris Day starred as Jo, a young woman who was infatuated with a struggling jazz musician. This was strikingly opposite of the real-life account in Doris Day's autobiography, which described Douglas as civil but self-centered, and the film is utterly joyless. 38. During filming, bit actress Jean Spangler disappeared and her case remains unsolved. On October 9, 1949, Spangler's purse was found near the Ferndale entrance to Griffith Park in Los Angeles. There was an unfinished note in the purse addressed to a Kirk, which read, "Can't wait any longer, going to see Dr. Scott. It will work best this way while Mother is away." Douglas, married at the time, called the police and told them he was not the Kirk mentioned in the note. When interviewed via telephone by the head of the investigating team, Douglas stated that he had talked and kidded with her a bit on set 39-40, but that he had never been out with her. 41. Spangler's girlfriends told police that she was 3 months pregnant when she disappeared and that she had talked about having an abortion, which was illegal at that time, citation needed. In 1951, Douglas starred as a newspaper reporter anxiously looking for a big story in Ace in the Hole, director Billy Wilder's first effort as both writer and producer. The subject and story was controversial at the time, and U.S. audiences stayed away. Some reviews saw it as ruthless and cynical. A distorted study of corruption, mob psychology and the free press. 42. Possibly it hit too close to home, says Douglas. 43. It won a Best Foreign Film Award at the Venice Film Festival. The film's stature has increased in recent years, with some surveys placing it in their top 500 films list. 44. Woody Allen considers it one of his favorite films. 45. As the film's star and protagonist, Douglas is credited for the intensity of his acting. Roger Ebert described Douglas's focus and energy as almost scary. There is nothing dated about his performance. It's as right now as a sharpened knife. 46. Biographer Gene Phillips notes that Wilder's story was galvanized by Douglas's astounding performance, and no doubt was a factor when George Stevens, who presented Douglas with the AFI Life Achievement Award in 1991, said of him, "No other leading actor was ever more ready to tap the dark, desperate side of the soul and thus to reveal the complexity of human nature." 47. Also in 1951, Douglas starred in Detective Story, nominated for 4 Academy Awards, including one for Lee Grant in her debut film. Grant said Douglas was dazzling, both personally and in the part. He was a big star. Gorgeous. Intense. Amazing. 48. To prepare for the role, he spent days with the New York Police Department and sat in on interrogations. 49. Reviewers recognized Douglas's acting qualities, with Bosley Crowther describing Douglas as forceful and aggressive as the detective. 50. With Eve Miller in The Big Trees, 1952. In The Bad and the Beautiful, 1952, another of his 3 Oscar-nominated roles, Douglas plays a hard-nosed film producer who manipulates and uses his actors, writers, and directors. Bacall and Doris Day played 2 very different types of women in his life. 51. In 1954, Douglas starred in Ulysses from Homer's epic poem Odyssey, with Silvana Mangano as Penelope and Circe, and Anthony Quinn playing Antinous. The film director Mario Camerini co-wrote the screenplay with writer Franco Brazzotti. In 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 1954, Douglas showed that in addition to serious, driven characters, he was adept at roles requiring a lighter, comic touch. In this adaptation of the Jules Verne novel, he played a happy-go-lucky sailor who was the opposite in every way to the brooding Captain Nemo, James Mason. The film was one of Walt Disney's most successful live-action movies and a major box office hit. 52. He managed a similar comic turn in The Western Man Without a Star, 1955, and in For Love or Money, 1963. He showed further diversity in one of his earliest television appearances. He was a musical guest, as himself, on the Jack Benny program, 1954. 53. In 1955 Douglas formed his own movie company, Brinna Productions, named after his mother. 19. To do so, he had to break contracts with Hal B. Wallace and Warner Brothers, but began to produce and star in his own films, including Paths of Glory, 1957, The Vikings, 1958, Spartacus, 1960, Lonely or the Brave, 1962, and 7 Days in May, 1964. While Paths of Glory did not do well at the box office, it has since become one of the great anti-war films, and one of early films by director Stanley Kubrick. Douglas, a fluent French speaker, 54, plays a sympathetic French officer during World War I who tries to save 3 soldiers from the firing squad. 55. Biographer Vincent Labruto describes Douglas's seething but controlled portrayal exploding with the passion of his convictions at the injustice leveled at his men. 56. The film was banned in France until 1976. Before production of the film began, however, Douglas and Kubrick had to work out some major issues, one of which was Kubrick's rewriting the screenplay without informing Douglas first. It led to their first major argument. I called Stanley to my room. I hit the ceiling. I called him every 4-letter word I could think of. I got the money, based on that original script. Not this shit. I threw the script across the room. We're going back to the original script, or we're not making the picture. Stanley never blinked an eye. We shot the original script. I think the movie is a classic, one of the most important pictures, possibly the most important picture, Stanley Kubrick has ever made. 56. Douglas played military men in numerous films, with varying nuance, including Top Secret Affair, 1957, Town Without Pity, 1961, The Hook, 1963, 7 Days in May, 1964, Heroes of Telemark, 1965, In Harm's Way, 1965, Cast a Giant Shadow, 1966, Is Paris Burning, 1966, The Final Countdown, 1980, and Saturn III, 1980. His acting style and delivery made him a favorite with television impersonators such as Frank Gorshin, Rich Little and David Fry. 57, 58, 59. In Lust for Life is Vincent Van Gogh. His role as Vincent Van Gogh in Lust for Life 1956, directed by Vincent Minnelli and based on Irving Stone's bestseller, was filmed mostly on location in France. Douglas was noted not only for the veracity of Van Gogh's appearance but for how he conveyed the painter's internal turmoil. Some reviewers consider it the most famous example of the tortured artist, who seeks solace from life's pain through his work. 60. Others see it as a portrayal not only of the painter as hero, but a unique presentation of the action painter, with Douglas expressing the physicality and emotion of painting, as he uses the canvas to capture a moment in time. 61, 62. Douglas was nominated for an Academy Award for the role, with his co-star Anthony Quinn winning the Best Supporting Actor Oscar as Paul Gauguin, Van Gogh's friend. Douglas won a Golden Globe Award. Although Minnelli said Douglas should have won an Oscar, he achieved a moving and memorable portrait of the artist, a man of massive creative power, triggered by severe emotional stress, the fear and horror of madness. 52. Douglas himself called his acting role as Van Gogh a painful experience. Not only did I look like Van Gogh, I was the same age he was when he committed suicide. 4. His wife said he often remained in character in his personal life. When he was doing Lust for Life, he came home in that red beard of Van Gogh's, wearing those big boots, stomping around the house. It was frightening. 63. In general, however, Douglas's acting style fit well with Minnelli's preference for melodrama and neurotic artist roles, writes film historian James Naramore. He adds that Minnelli had his richest, most impressive collaborations with Douglas, and for Minnelli, no other actor portrayed his level of cool, a robust, athletic, sometimes explosive player. Douglas loved stagey rhetoric, and he did everything passionately. 64. That level of passion in Douglas's persona was also used effectively by Minnelli in The Bad and the Beautiful, 4 years earlier, for which Douglas was nominated for Best Actor, with the film winning 5 Oscars. 1960s. Spartacus, 1960. In 1960, Douglas played the title role in what many consider his career-defining appearance, 65, as the Thracian slave rebel Spartacus with an all-star cast in Spartacus, 1960. He was the executive producer as well, which raised the $12 million production cost and made it one of the most expensive films up to that time. 66. Douglas initially selected Anthony Mann to direct, but replaced him early on with Stanley Kubrick, with whom he previously collaborated in Paths of Glory. 67. When the film was released, Douglas gave full credit to its screenwriter, Dalton Trumbo, who was on the Hollywood blacklist, and thereby effectively ended it. 1681. About that event, he said, "I've made over 85 pictures, but the thing I'm most proud of is breaking the blacklist." 68. However, the film's producer Edward Lewis and the family of Dalton Trumbo publicly disputed Douglas's claim. 69. In the film Trumbo, 2015, Douglas is portrayed by Dean O'Gorman. 70. With Joan Tetzel in the 1963 Broadway play One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Douglas bought the rights to the novel One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest from its author, Ken Kesey. He turned it into a play in 1963 in which he starred, and it ran on Broadway for 5 months. Reviews were mixed. Douglas retained the movie rights, but after a decade of being unable to find a producer, gave the rights to his son, Michael. In 1975, the film version was produced by Michael Douglas and Saul Zaentz, and starred Jack Nicholson, as Douglas was then considered too old to play the character as written.
That was a good movie.
3. It won all 5 major Academy Awards, only the second to achieve that, including one for Nicholson. 71. Douglas made 7 films over the decades with Burt Lancaster: I Walk Alone, 1948, Gunfight at the OK Corral, 1957, The Devil's Disciple, 1959, The List of Adrian Messenger, 1963, 7 Days in May, 1964, Victory at Entebbe, 1976, and Tough Guys, 1986, which fixed the notion of the pair as something of a team in the public imagination. Douglas was always second billed under Lancaster in these movies, but with the exception of I Walk Alone, in which Douglas played a villain, their roles were more or less the same size. Both actors arrived in Hollywood at the same time, and first appeared together in the 4th film for each, albeit with Douglas in a supporting role. They both became actor-producers who sought out independent Hollywood careers. 63. John Frankenheimer, who directed the political thriller 7 Days in May in 1964, had not worked well with Lancaster in the past, and originally did not want him in this film. However, Douglas thought Lancaster would fit the part and begged me to reconsider, said Frankenheimer, and he then gave Lancaster the most colorful role. It turns out that Burt Lancaster and I got along magnificently well on the picture, he later said. 72. In 1967, Douglas starred with John Wayne in the Western film directed by Burt Kennedy titled The War Wagon. In The Arrangement, 1969, a drama directed by Elia Kazan, based upon his novel of the same title, Douglas starred as a tormented advertising executive with Faye Dunaway as co-star. The film did poorly at the box office, receiving mostly negative reviews, while Dunaway felt many of the reviews were unfair, writing in her biography, "I can't understand it when people knock Kirk's performance, because I think he's terrific in the picture," adding that, "he's as bright a person as I've met in the acting profession." 73. She says that his pragmatic approach to acting would later be a philosophy that ended up rubbing off on me. 74. 1970s minus 2010s. Between 1970 and 2008, Douglas made nearly 40 movies and appeared on various television shows. He starred in a Western, There Was a Crooked Man, 1970, alongside Henry Fonda. The film was produced and directed by Joseph L. Mankiewicz. In 1972, he was a guest in David Winter's television special The Special London Bridge Special, starring Tom Jones. 75-76. In 1973, he directed his first film, Scalawag. That same year, Douglas reunited with director David Winters and appeared in the made-for-TV musical version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, nominated for 3 Emmys, alongside Stanley Holloway and Donald Pleasance. 77, 78, 79. He returned to the director's chair for Posse, 1975, in which he starred alongside Bruce Dern. In 1978, he co-starred with John Cassavetes and Amy Irving in a horror film, The Fury, directed by Brian De Palma. In 1980, he starred in The Final Countdown, playing the commanding officer of the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz, which travels through time to the day before the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor. It was produced by his son Peter Douglas. In 1982, he starred in The Man from Snowy River, an Australian film which received critical acclaim and numerous awards. In 1986, he reunited with his longtime co-star, Burt Lancaster, in a crime comedy, Tough Guys, which included Charles Durning and Eli Wallach. It marked the final collaboration between Douglas and Lancaster, completing a partnership of more than 40 years. 80. In 1986, he co-hosted, with Angela Lansbury, the New York Philharmonic's tribute to the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty. The symphony was conducted by Zubin Mehta. 81. In 1988, Douglas starred in a television adaptation of Inherit the Wind, opposite Jason Robards and Gene Simmons. The film won 2 Emmy Awards. In the 1990s, Douglas continued starring in various features. Among them was The Secret in 1992, a television movie about a grandfather and his grandson who both struggle with dyslexia. That same year, he played the uncle of Michael J. Fox in a comedy, Greedy. He appeared as the devil in the video for the Don Henley song, The Garden of Allah. In 1996, after suffering a severe stroke which impaired his ability to speak, Douglas still wanted to make movies. He underwent years of voice therapy and made Diamonds in 1999, in which he played an old prizefighter who was recovering from a stroke. It co-starred his longtime friend from his early years, Lauren Bacall. In 2003, Michael and Joel Douglas produced It Runs in the Family, which along with Kirk starred various family members, including Michael, Michael's son, and his wife from 50 years earlier, Diana Dill playing his wife. In March 2009, Douglas did an autobiographical one-man show, Before I Forget, at the Center Theater Group's Kirk Douglas Theater in Culver City, California. The 4 performances were filmed and turned into a documentary that was first screened in January 2010. 82. Douglas appeared at the 2018 Golden Globes at the age of 101 with his daughter-in-law Catherine Zeta-Jones. He received a standing ovation and helped to present the award for Best Screenplay, Motion Picture. 83. This was a rare appearance for Douglas, who suffered a stroke 20 years prior, 84, and his first at a major awards show since the Oscars in 2011, citation needed. Style and philosophy of acting. Kirk is one of a kind. He has an overpowering physical presence, which is why on a large movie screen he looms over the audience like a tidal wave in full flood. Globally revered, he is now the last living screen legend of those who vaulted to stardom at the war's end, that special breed of movie idol instantly recognizable anywhere, whose luminous on-screen characters are forever memorable.
I take it he's a tall guy.
Jack Palance, President of the Motion Picture Association of America. 3. Douglas stated that the keys to acting success are determination and application. You must know how to function and how to maintain yourself, and you must have a love of what you do. But an actor also needs great good luck. I have had that luck. 85. Douglas had great vitality and explained that it takes a lot out of you to work in this business. Many people fall by the wayside because they don't have the energy to sustain their talent. 86. That attitude toward acting became evident with Champion, 1949. From that one role, writes biographer John Parker, he went from stardom and entered the Super League, where his style was in marked contrast to Hollywood's other leading men at the time. 27. His sudden rise to prominence is explained and compared to that of Jack Nicholson's. He virtually ignored interventionist directors. He prepared himself privately for each role he played, so that when the cameras were ready to roll he was suitably, and some would say egotistically and even selfishly, inspired to steal every scene in a manner comparable in modern times to Jack Nicholson's modus operandi. 27. As a producer, Douglas had a reputation of being a compulsively hard worker who expected others to exude the same level of energy. As such, he was typically demanding and direct in his dealing with people who worked on his projects, with his intensity spilling over into all elements of his filmmaking. 30. This was partly due to his high opinion of actors, movies, and movie making. To me it is the most important art form, it is an art, and it includes all the elements of the modern age. He also stressed prioritizing the entertainment goal of films over any messages. You can make a statement, you can say something, but it must be entertaining. 34. As an actor, he dived into every role, dissecting not only his own lines but all the parts in the script to measure the rightness of the role, and he was willing to fight with the director if he felt justified. 86. Melville Chevelson, who produced and directed Cast a Giant Shadow, 1966, said that it didn't take him long to discover what his main problem was going to be in directing Douglas. Kirk Douglas was intelligent. When discussing a script with actors, I have always found it necessary to remember that they never read the other actors' lines, so their concept of the story is somewhat hazy. Kirk had not only read the lines of everyone in the picture, he had also read the stage directions. Kirk, I was to discover, always read every word, discussed every word, always argued every scene, until he was convinced of its correctness. He listened, so it was necessary to fight every minute. 86. Douglas with Zubin Mehta, March 2011. For most of his career, Douglas enjoyed good health and what seemed like an inexhaustible supply of energy. He attributed much of that vitality to his childhood and pre-acting years. The drive that got me out of my hometown and through college is part of the makeup that I utilize in my work. It's a constant fight, and it's tough. 86. His demands on others, however, were an expression of the demands he placed on himself, rooted in his youth. It took me years to concentrate on being a human being. I was too busy scrounging for money and food, and struggling to better myself. 87. Actress Lee Grant, who acted with him and later filmed a documentary of Ever. 48. Douglas's wife, Anne, similarly attributes the energy he devotes to acting to his tough childhood. He was reared by his mother and his sisters, and as a schoolboy he had to work to help support the family. I think part of Kirk's life has been a monstrous effort to prove himself and gain recognition in the eyes of his father. Not even 4 years of psychoanalysis could alter the drives that began as a desire to prove himself. 57. Douglas has credited his mother, Brinna, for instilling in him the importance of gambling on yourself, and he kept her advice in mind when making films. 30. Brinna Productions was named in her honor. Douglas realized that his intense style of acting was something of a shield. Acting is the most direct way of escaping reality, and in my case it was a means of escaping a drab and dismal background. 88. Personal life. Personality. In The Ragman's Son, Douglas described himself as a son of a bitch, adding, "I'm probably the most disliked actor in Hollywood. And I feel pretty good about it. Because that's me. I was born aggressive, and I guess I'll die aggressive." 89. He is a very difficult man. And I would be the second. 89. Douglas's brash personality is attributed to his difficult upbringing living in poverty and his aggressive alcoholic father who was neglectful of Kirk as a young child. 89. 90. According to Douglas, there was an awful lot of rage churning around inside me, rage that I was afraid to reveal because there was so much more of it, and so much stronger, in my father. 90. Douglas's discipline, wit, and sense of humor were also often recognized. 89. Marriages and children. Ann Bidens and Douglas at the 2003 Jefferson Awards for Public Service Ceremony. Douglas and his first wife, Diana Dill, married on November 2, 1943. They had 2 sons, actor Michael Douglas and producer Joel Douglas, before divorcing in 1951. Afterwards, in Paris, he met producer Ann Bidens, born Hannelore Marx, April 23, 1919, Hanover, Germany, while acting on location in Lust for Life. 91, 92. She originally fled from Germany to escape Nazism and survived by putting her multilingual skills to work at a film studio, doing translations for subtitles. 93. They married on May 29, 1954. In 2014, they celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary at the Greystone Mansion in Beverly Hills. 94. They had 2 sons, Peter, a producer, and Eric, an actor who died on July 6, 2004, from an overdose of alcohol and drugs. 95. In 2017, the couple released a book, Kirk and Ann, Letters of Love, Laughter and a Lifetime in Hollywood, that revealed intimate letters they shared through the years. 96. Throughout their marriage, Douglas had affairs with other women including several Hollywood starlets, though he never hid his infidelities from his wife who was accepting of them and explained, "As a European, I understood it was unrealistic to expect total fidelity in a marriage." 97. Religion. In February 1991, Douglas was in a helicopter and was injured when the aircraft collided with a small plane above Santa Paula Airport. 2 other people were also injured. 2 people in the plane were killed. 98. This near-death experience sparked a search for meaning by Douglas, which led him, after much study, to embrace the Judaism in which he had been raised. He documented this spiritual journey in his book, Climbing the Mountain, My Search for Meaning, 2001. In his earlier autobiography, The Ragman's Son, he recalled, "Years back, I tried to forget that I was a Jew, but later in his career he began coming to grips with what it means to be a Jew, which became a theme in his life." 4. In an interview in 2000, he explained this transition. 99. Judaism and I parted ways a long time ago, when I was a poor kid growing up in Amsterdam, NY. Back then, I was pretty good in cheddar, so the Jews of our community thought they would do a wonderful thing and collect enough money to send me to a yeshiva to become a rabbi. Holy Moses. That scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to be a rabbi. I wanted to be an actor. Believe me, the members of the Sons of Israel were persistent. I had nightmares wearing long payos and a black hat. I had to work very hard to get out of it. But it took me a long time to learn that you don't have to be a rabbi to be a Jew. Douglas, his wife Anne, and President Ronald Reagan, December 1987. Douglas noted that the underlying theme of some of his films, including The Juggler, 1953, Cast a Giant Shadow, 1966, and Remembrance of Love, 1982, was about a Jew who doesn't think of himself as one, and eventually finds his Jewishness. 4. The Juggler was the first Hollywood feature to be filmed in the newly established state of Israel. Douglas recalls that while there, he saw extreme poverty and food being rationed. But he found it wonderful, finally, to be in the majority. Its producer, Stanley Kramer, tried to portray Israel as the Jews' heroic response to Hitler's destruction. 100. Although his children had non-Jewish mothers, Douglas stated that they were aware culturally of his deep convictions, and he never tried to influence their own religious decisions. 4. Douglas's wife, Anne, converted to Judaism before they renewed their wedding vows in 2004. 101. Douglas celebrated a second bar mitzvah ceremony in 1999, aged 83. 16. 125. Philanthropy. Douglas and his wife donated to various non-profit causes during his career, and planned on donating most of their $80 million net worth. 102. Among the donations have been those to his former high school and college. In September 2001, he helped fund his high school's musical, Amsterdam Oratorio, composed by Maria Riccio Bryce, who won the School Thespian Society's Kirk Douglas Award in 1968. 103. In 2012 he donated $5 million to St. Lawrence University, his alma mater. The college used the donation for the scholarship fund he began in 1999. 104. 105. He donated to various schools, medical facilities and other nonprofit organizations in Southern California. These have included the rebuilding of over 400 Los Angeles Unified School District playgrounds that were aged and in need of restoration. They established the Ann Douglas Center for Homeless Women at the Los Angeles Mission, which has helped hundreds of women turn their lives around. In Culver City, they opened the Kirk Douglas Theater in 2004. 94. They supported the Ann Douglas Childhood Center at the Sinai Temple of Westwood. 105. In March 2015, Kirk and his wife donated $2.2 to celebrate his 99th birthday in December 2015. They donated another $15 million to help expand the facility with a new two-story Kirk Douglas Care Pavilion. 107. Douglas donated a number of playgrounds in Jerusalem, and donated the Kirk Douglas Theater at the Aish Center across from the Western Wall. 108. Affiliations. Douglas in 2002 with his book My Stroke of Luck. Douglas and his wife were involved in numerous volunteer and philanthropic activities. They traveled to more than 40 countries, at their own expense, to act as goodwill ambassadors for the U.S. Information Agency, speaking to audiences about why democracy works and what freedom means. 93. In 1980, Douglas flew to Cairo to talk with Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. For all his goodwill efforts, he received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Jimmy Carter in 1981. 94. At the ceremony, Carter said that Douglas had done this in a sacrificial way, almost invariably without fanfare and without claiming any personal credit or acclaim for himself. 109. In subsequent years, Douglas testified before Congress about elder abuse. 68. Douglas was a lifelong member of the Democratic Party. 110. He wrote letters to politicians who were friends. He noted in his memoir, Let's Face It 2007, that he felt compelled to write to former President Jimmy Carter in 2006 in order to stress that Israel is the only successful democracy in the Middle East, and has had to endure many wars against overwhelming odds. If Israel loses one war, they lose Israel. 16. 226. Douglas recalled an incident involving his son Eric, who at the time was a friend of Ronald Reagan's son Ron. When the younger Douglas saw a Barry Goldwater bumper sticker on the Reagan's car, he shouted, "Boo Goldwater." In response, Nancy Reagan telephoned the elder Douglas and said, "Come pick up this boy at once." Kirk said of this that it was a sentiment I confess he picked up from me. 111. Hobbies. Douglas blogged from time to time. Originally hosted on MySpace, 112, his posts have been hosted by the Huffington Post since 2012. 113, as of 2008, he was believed to be the oldest celebrity blogger in the world. 114. Health issues and death. On January 28, 1996, he suffered a severe stroke, which impaired his ability to speak. 115. Doctors told his wife that unless there was rapid improvement, the loss of the ability to speak was likely permanent. After a regime of daily speech-language therapy that lasted several months, his ability to speak returned, although it was still limited. He was able to accept an honorary Academy Award 2 months later in March and thanked the audience. 116. 117. He wrote about this experience in his 2002 book, My Stroke of Luck, which he hoped would be an operating manual for others on how to handle a stroke victim in their own family. 117. 118. On December 9, 2016, Douglas became a centenarian. He celebrated his 100th birthday at the Beverly Hills Hotel, joined by several of his friends and family, including Don Rickles, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Steven Spielberg, his wife Ann, his son Michael and his daughter-in-law Catherine Zeta-Jones. Douglas was described by his guests as being still in good shape, able to walk with confidence into the Sunset Room for the celebration. 119. Douglas died at his home in Beverly Hills, California, on February 5, 2020, at age 103 from natural causes. 120. 121. Filmography. Main article, Kirk Douglas filmography. In a 2014 article, Douglas cited The Strange Love of Martha Ivers, Champion, Ace in the Hole, The Bad and the Beautiful, Act of Love, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, The Indian Fighter, Lust for Life, Paths of Glory, Spartacus, Lonely Are the Brave, and 7 Days in May as the films he was most proud of throughout his acting career. 122. Radio appearances. Year. Program. Episode. Source. 1947. Suspense. Community Property, 123. 1950. Screen Directors Playhouse. Champion, 124. 1950. Suspense. The Butcher's Wife, 124. 1952. Lux Radio Theater. Young Man with a Horn, 125. 1954. Lux Radio Theater. Detective Story, 124. Honors and Awards. President Jimmy Carter greets Ann and Kirk Douglas, March 1978. Douglas has been honored by governments and organizations of various countries, including France, Italy, Portugal, Israel, and Germany. 93. In 1957, he won the Best Actor award at the San Sebastian International Film Festival for The Vikings. 126. In 1958, he was awarded the honorary degree of Doctor of Fine Arts from St. Lawrence University. 127. In 1981, Douglas received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Jimmy Carter. 128. In 1984, he was inducted into the Western Performers Hall of Fame at the National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. 129. In 1990, he received the French Legion of Honor for distinguished services to France in arts and letters. 93. In 1991, he received the AFI Life Achievement Award. 130. In 1994, Douglas's accomplishments in the performing arts were celebrated in Washington, D.C., where he was among the recipients of the annual Kennedy Center Honors. 131. In 1998, he received the Screen Actors Guild Lifetime Achievement Award. 132. In 2002, he received the National Medal of Arts Award from President Bush. 93. Star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In October 2004, Kirk Douglas Way, a thoroughfare in Palm Springs, California, was unveiled by the city's International Film Society and Film Festival. 133. For his contributions to the motion picture industry, Douglas has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame at 6263 Hollywood Boulevard. He is one of the few personalities, along with James Stewart, Gregory Peck, and Gene Autry, whose star has been stolen and later replaced. 134. Signing his name at Grauman's Chinese Theater on November 1, 1962. His handprints and footprints at Grauman's Chinese Theater. AFI Life Achievement Award. 1991 accepted AFI Life Achievement Award 135. Kennedy Center Honors. 1994 Honoree 136. Academy Awards. 1996 Honorary Award for 50 years as a creative and moral force in the motion picture community. 1956 Lust for Life nominated for Best Actor. 1952 Bad and the Beautiful nominated for Best Actor. 1949 Champion nominated for Best Actor. Golden Globes. 1986 Amos nominated for Best Actor in a miniseries or motion picture made for TV. 1968 Cecil B. DeMille Award for Lifetime Achievement. 1957 Lust for Life won for Best Actor Drama. 1952 Detective Story nominated for Best Actor Drama. Emmy Awards. 2002 Touched by an Angel nominated for Outstanding Guest Actor in a Drama Series. 1992 Tales from the Crypt nominated for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series. 1986 Amos nominated for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Miniseries or Special. Screen Actors Guild Awards. 1999 Lifetime Achievement Award. BAFTA Awards. 1963 Lonely Are the Brave nominated for Best Foreign Actor. BAFTA LA Britannia Awards. 2009 Britannia Award for Contributions to Worldwide Entertainment. Berlin International Film Festival. 2001 Honorary Golden Bear 137. 1975 Posse nominated for Competing Film 138. César Awards. 1980 Honorary César. Hollywood Film Festival. 1997 Lifetime Achievement Award. National Board of Review. 1988 Career Achievement Award. New York Film Critics Circle Award. 1956 Lust for Life won for Best Actor. 1951 Detective Story nominated for Best Actor. In 1983, Douglas received the S. Roger Horcho Award for Greatest Public Service by a Private Citizen, an award given out annually by Jefferson Awards. 139. In 1996, Douglas received an Honorary Academy Award for 50 years as a moral and creative force in the motion picture community. The award was presented by producer, director Steven Spielberg. 116. As a result of Douglas's stroke the previous summer, however, in which he lost most of his speaking ability, his close friends and family were concerned about whether he should try to speak, or what he should say. Both his son, Michael, and his longtime friend, Jack Valenti, urged him to only say thank you and leave the stage. Douglas agreed. But when standing in front of the audience, he had second thoughts. I intended to just say thank you, but I saw 1,000 people, and felt I had to say something more, and I did. 91. Valenti remembers that after Douglas held up the Oscar, addressed his sons, and told his wife how much he loved her, everyone was astonished at his voice's improvement. The audience went wild with applause, and erupted in affection. Rising to their feet to salute this last of the great movie legends, who had survived the threat of death and stared down the demons that had threatened to silence him. I felt an emotional tidal wave roaring through the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion in the LA Music Center. 3. Books. The Ragman's Son. Simon & Schuster, 1988. ISBN 0-671-63717-7. Dance with the Devil. Random House, 1990. ISBN 0-394-582-373. The Gift. Warner Books, 1992. ISBN 0-446-516945. Last Tango in Brooklyn. Century, 1994. ISBN 0-7126-48526. The Broken Mirror, a novella. Simon & Schuster Books for Young Readers, 1997. ISBN 0-689-814933. Young Heroes of the Bible. Simon & Schuster Children's Publishing, 1999. ISBN 0-689-814917. Climbing the Mountain, My Search for Meaning. Simon & Schuster, 2001. ISBN 0-7432-14382. My Stroke of Luck. HarperCollins, 2003. ISBN 0-06-001404-0. Let's Face It, 90 Years of Living, Loving, and Learning. John Wiley & Sons, 2007. ISBN 0-470-084-693. I am Spartacus, making a film, Breaking the Blacklist. Open Road Media, 2012. ISBN 1-4532-39375. Life Could Be Verse, Reflections on Love, Loss, and What Really Matters, December 2014, ISBN 978-0-7573-18474. See also. List of centenarians, actors, filmmakers, and entertainers. Notes. Carrot in his autobiography, Douglas explains that for many actors at the time who had unusual or foreign-sounding birth names, a simpler Americanized name was often preferred. His friend Carl Malden, who also changed his name for that reason, made suggestions. Douglas knew that many leading stars at the time had changed their stage names, including Robert Taylor, John Wayne, Cary Grant and Fred Astaire. 16, 1-2. References. Carrot A.B. Douglas, Kirk, LTJG. Retrieved January 10, 2018. Carrot News, A, B, C. Person of the Week Kirk Douglas on helping to break blacklist. ABC News. Retrieved February 5, 2020. Carrot ABCD Valenti, Jack. This Time, This Place, My Life in War, The White House, and Hollywood, Crown Publishing, 2007.
I think we're just on citation stuff now, so... Alright, so... Yeah, I don't know any of the stuff he's done then. Covenant's going just a hair slower than I want to do. I don't usually do a couple miles an hour over a speed limit most of the time, unless I have a really compelling reason I want to get somewhere faster. I'm fine with doing a speed limit, maybe a couple over. I was doing 67 at the time when, or actually indicating 67, probably actually 66 for real. So instead of speeding up to go around them faster, I just went ahead and backed off to 65. So that's the speed limit anyway. Not a big deal, especially we get more traffic in the area here. It'll take a little more patience dealing with the four-wheelers, and I got another truck passing me right now also. Size and whatever he said. I'll get around Covenant when the speed limit goes back up. Should be after I get past the Midland area. Spring 40 something. Alright, Covenant, better not be slowing down more. So I'm not going to drop lower than 65. this is probably the most annoying part of I-20. Not too bad right now, but come through here during the daytime and there's a lot of local commuter traffic going to and from work, though. It can be quite a nuisance area to go through. Ballpark. Let's see, what have I done so far? 239. So yeah, about 335 to 340 then for the miles. Four-wheeler off the road over there on the other side, getting picked up by a flatbedder. Oh, got another one here. What's this? Is it a jackknife hotshot driver or something? Shot driver, he's like a local guy with I don't know what the hell that thing is he's pulling. So evidently there's some slick spots in the area. It would be the case. Before I even started my shift, I could tell there were a few little spots over here in the Odessa Midland area, another area around Big Spring, and also by Sweetwater, possibly. Now, I-20 looked like it was mostly okay all the way across, but you can see like the satellite roads in the area, and there's another one off the road here, it looks like. Some of the service and perpendicular or whatever, nearby streets. It's facing the wrong direction on the other side. Anyway, yeah, I see a bunch of orange on the traffic speed data on the adjacent streets or nearby streets. It tells me it's probably an icy area. Back here at 65 to make sure I leave space up here, so if any of these clowns up in front of me have a problem, then I get extra, more space means I have extra time to react. Ice fog, can't tell you yet. Sometimes you see ice fog in these kind of temps. at this distance. Stuck in the snow. You gotta pull away from me again. At the moment, you're not doing anything different than me. Yeah, alright, now you're starting to pull away.
Heartland Express earnings miss partly related to recent acquisition, FreightWaves. The weaker operating environment provided Heartland Express Inc., NASDAQ, HTLD, an opportunity to acquire a $150 million peer. However, that company, Millis Transfer, which operated at a 90% plus operating ratio, OR, prior to the deal, weighed on Heartland Express fourth quarter 2019 results. The Iowa-based truckload TL carrier reported fourth quarter 2019 earnings of 16 cents per share, well below the consensus estimate of 23 cents in the prior year's 27 cents. During the fourth quarter, operating revenues were improved while net income, basic earnings per share and operating ratio results were negatively impacted by the inclusion of the financial results of Millis Transfer following the acquisition and market dynamics, a press release said. For the fourth quarter 2019, the carrier reported a 13.8% year-over-year increase in revenue in large part due to the August acquisition. 1,120 basis points stated that in all of the every acquired entity was operating at an OR in the 90s or higher. Even after such deals, the company has a track record of quickly integrating the acquisition and returning to industry-leading operating results.
Yeah,
Heartland Express does not provide any operating metrics around utilization and pricing. By a collective look over its last release called out several accomplishments, including 20-year average returns on assets of 11.6% and equity of 17.1%. Over the 40-year period, Heartland Express has generated compounded annual growth rates of 11.8% for revenue and 12.3% for net income. The release also showed that the company has always operated with a sub-90% adjusted OR and remained mostly debt-free except during periods of acquisitions. Heartland Express is now debt-free following the Millis acquisition. In the quarter, the carrier paid $61.9 million to complete the acquisition and $93.3 million to retire the debt on Milla's equipment. Heartland Express ended the year with $76.7 million in cash on hand, concluding the year with a stronger balance sheet than previously estimated. At the time of the deal, management was forecasting an ending 2019 cash balance of $50 million to $60 million. Lastly, the press release made reference to two other accomplishments. The company ended the quarter with total assets of $898.9 million and stockholders' equity of $684.7 million, an all-time record. Shares of HTLD are off 2% on the day. HTLD stock price chart, Sonar, stock, HTLD.
Okay, so operating ratio, what that means, it's a measure of how much of the revenue gets eaten back up and cost. So if their OR is 90%, that means we'll just say if you let's just say they made $10 million in revenue, then the 90% ratio means that it costs them $9 million in expenses to make that $9 million, or to make that $10 million. So in other words, a 10 million ratio, $10 million in revenue means that their income would only be $1 million. Ideally, the industry, you really want to be down closer to 80%. I do have my four-ways on because there's more gap between myself and other traffic aside from this guy passing me right now. And you know, like the guy who pulled away from me, I actually do notice that when there are times when when he's on this normal tail light, it's just a dimmer side. Like when I cannot see his tail lights, but then when they go to the bright mode, then I can see them. So it really helps with picking up how much visibility there is ahead by doing that. Starting to get in some little thicker stuff right here for a second, but I can see this guy in front of me. I can see both his dim and bright tail lights, but further up, once I get so far up, I can't see them unless they have their they're flashing. I'll move over now. It's getting thick. I can't tell how far ahead, so I'm backing it off to. I don't want to be camping out next to this guy, but I don't want to be too close to him, either in front of him, side by side, or whatever. It doesn't matter. So. Extra room before I move over. Should be good. Okay, now see, I can see the headlights on the traffic coming the other way several hundred feet ahead, but problem is there could be some, like if there's something that's happening in front of me, people's lights might go off, so I can't assume that I'm going to see lit up tail lights and on time to and be able to avoid them. So you got to assume that their lights might be off. way if someone does see it, there's a pile up. Very good chance that someone going the opposite direction is going to see it and say something about it. You're not going to get that information off a map. From the halfway point between my start point and my end point. I'm just over 260 now. When I get to about 290-ish, so somewhere in that ballpark would be when I'm right around the halfway point.
Article 144 of 185. UFC fighter ditches huge fight to save his daughter's life. Australian mixed martial arts fighter Robert Whittaker just pulled out of a March 7th fight. He doesn't have a broken bone or a torn ligament that requires surgery, but he is still going under the knife because, when it comes down to it, he's a father before he's a fighter. Whittaker's nearly 1-year-old daughter Liliana is sick, and she needs a bone marrow donation. So he made the decision to donate his own, which means surgery and missing his scheduled middleweight fight with Jared Cannonier in Las Vegas. Whittaker made the announcement with an Instagram post that featured himself and his daughter walking hand in hand away from the camera. Dana White, the president of UFC, confirmed the reports and offered words of support. When you talk about somebody whose priorities are in the right place, who is completely selfless and down to the core a good human being, that's Robert Whittaker, he told Submission Radio, an Australian MMA talk show. The reason Robert Whittaker is not fighting in this fight is one of the most unselfish things I've seen in my life. He's a good man, he's a good human being, and I have a lot of respect for him. Good luck to him in what he's dealing with right now. The fight would have been Whitaker's first fight since losing the middleweight crown at UFC 243 in October. Here's hoping that post-surgery he can go on the comeback trail with a happy and healthy daughter at home. Related articles. Britney stands accused of punching a Queen fan and the cops are investigating. Parents with migraines beware, 2 types of Excedrin have been temporarily discontinued. Bargain basement Captain America will invade Falcon and Winter Soldier on Disney+. When it comes to Greta Thunberg, Trump is exactly like a school bully. The post-UFC fighter ditches huge fight to donate bone marrow to his daughter appeared first on Fatherly. Article 145 of 185. Mark Cuban, who made billions from the dot-com bubble, says here's how you will know the rally is over. Published Wednesday, January 22, 20201, 32 p.m. Est. Updated Wednesday, January 22, 203, 18 p.m. Est. Markets. Kevin Stankovic at Kevin_Stank. Keeps it frothy. You can definitely make that argument. Is it like 1999? No, he said. BIDEO 1, 3801, 38. Market not like 1999. Mark Cuban disagrees with Paul Tudor Jones. Halftime report. Mark Cuban, who made billions of dollars during the dot-com boom, said Wednesday that the stock market is not reminiscent of 1999. Interest rates were a lot different back then, Cuban said on CNBC's Fast Money halftime report. And you saw a lot more people participating in the market. You don't see that now. That individual day trading really led the market to be frothy. The levels of day trading have receded and given way to the rise of index funds, creating a fundamentally different landscape, Cuban said. There's so much money chasing index funds, so as long as those funds keep on growing the market is going to go up, said Cuban, who sold Broadcast.com to Yahoo in April 1999 for $5.7 billion. Cuban's comments Wednesday were in response to concerns from investors who are comparing the stock market's current valuation to the bull market in 1999 that concluded with collapse of the dot-com bubble. Highly speculative internet stocks helped propel the tech-dominated Nasdaq up more than 500% from 1995 until the bubble burst in March 2000. BIDEO 3, 5903, 59. IPOs important for market, Mark Cuban. Halftime report. On Tuesday, for example, billionaire investor Paul Tudor Jones called the stock market crazy. We are just again in this craziest monetary and fiscal mix in history. It's so explosive. It defies imagination, Jones said on CNBC's Squawk Box at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. It reminds me a lot of the early 99. In early 99 we had 1.6% PCE, 2.3% CPI. We have the exact same metrics today, he continued. But like Cuban, Jones noted the difference in interest rates in 1999 and 2020. In the early half of 1999, the Federal Reserve had set interest rates at 4.75%. They are currently 1.5% to 1.75%. In fact, Cuban, who owns the NBA's Dallas Mavericks, said interest rates will ultimately determine the fate of the stock market, which continues to move toward the upside in 2020 after a strong 2019. The S&P 500 is up around 3% year-to-date and its 29% gain in 2019 was its best annual performance since 2013. As long as rates stay this low, Cuban said, where else are you going to put your money? So that money is going to continue to flow into our equities, our market, Cuban said, while borrowing a phrase used by his friend who compared low interest rates to universal basic income for rich people. I think interest rates will tell us what's going to happen next in the market. Is it frothy? You can definitely make that argument, Cuban said. Is it like 1999? No. CNBC's Yun Lee contributed to this report. Disclosure, CNBC owns the exclusive off-network cable rights to Shark Tank, on which Mark Cuban is a co-host. BID 54. Why Paul Tudor the markets remind him a lot of early 1999. Squawk Box. Exit controversy. Terry Crews is speaking out about the controversial exit of former America's Got Talent judge Gabrielle Union. Union and fellow judge Julianne Hough exited the NBC competition show after one season, and, in November, Variety reported on a toxic culture at the show that included racist jokes and excessive focus on female judges' appearances, including race-related comments. During an interview on The Third Hour of Today, Thursday, the actor and AGT host, 51, said he hasn't had the same experience as Union. First of all, I can't speak for sexism because I'm not a woman, but I can speak on behalf of any racism comments. That was never my experience, he said. In fact, it was the most diverse place I have ever been in my 20 years of entertainment. He continued, when you look at what the allegations were about, it was given by an unnamed source. My thing is, it's funny because I believe you should listen to women, you should always believe women, so I asked my wife what I should do. She was like, first of all, if it's coming from an unnamed source, because Gabrielle Union has not made any statement to this day about any of these allegations publicly, if she hasn't made a statement, why would you? Quote, Gabrielle Union after AGT exit, I spoke my unfiltered truth in 5-hour NBC meeting. In December 2019, 2 weeks after her exit from the reality competition show, Union said she had a productive meeting with NBC. Though Union didn't explicitly say who she met with in the tweet, NBC confirmed with USA Today that a meeting between Union and the network did take place. Union, 47, opened up about the lengthy 5-hour chat she had. I was able to, again, express my unfiltered truth, Union tweeted. I led with transparency and my desire and hope for real change. In January 2020, NBC Entertainment chief Paul Teleghi said he took Union's claims seriously, but that he couldn't discuss them in the midst of an internal investigation that he expects to be completed by late January. I promise you this is being taken very seriously, Teleghi said during NBC's presentation at the Television Critics Association. I can't say anything else while they're doing a serious investigation. Depending on the results of the report, he promised, we will put in new practices, if necessary. NBC chief promises change, if necessary, at AGT, after Gabrielle Union complaints exit. This isn't the first AGT-involved star to comment on the controversy. At the Television Critics Association earlier this month, Judge Heidi Klum addressed her 6 seasons on the popular talent competition. I've only had an amazing experience. I can't speak for Union. I didn't experience the same thing, she said. To me, everyone treats you with the utmost respect. I've never seen anything that was weird or hurtful. In December 2019, former Judge Howard Stern pointed fingers at Simon Cowell as the reason to blame for Union not returning to the show. How is it that Simon Cowell has orchestrated this? He has set it up that the men stay, no matter how ugly they are, no matter how old they are, no matter how fat they are, no matter how talentless they are, Stern said on his SiriusXM show. Contributing, Bill Keaveney, Sidney Henderson, Anika Reed. Heidi Klum defends, AGT, I've never seen anything that was weird or hurtful. We're with you, Ariana Grande. Ellen Pompeo shows support for Gabrielle Union amid AGT exit. Article 147 of 185. My grandmother kept telling us about the Nazis. Now I know why. Jan. 23 meant lesser-known stories from World War II. Though much of the project will focus on the end and aftermath of the war, our first dispatch takes us back to 1939, when Andrea N. Goldstein's family fled Nazi Germany just weeks before Adolf Hitler invaded Poland. My grandmother Marianne spent her entire life telling the story of how she, her parents and her 3 brothers escaped Nazi Germany. At Thanksgiving or during Jewish holidays, just that fully gained power, incrementally at first, so that people became accustomed to them. Writing about her childhood in Pirmasens, Germany, in the years following Hitler's rise to power, Marianne recalled her non-Jewish friends turning their backs on her, her brothers being beaten up at school by classmates in the Hitler Youth, and watching as other Jewish classmates in her public school disappeared, until she herself was no longer permitted to attend. She recalled lighting Sabbath candles on Friday nights in her family's apartment, with the sound of the Nazi stormtroopers' boots marching past on the pavement, as they sang songs about violently murdering Jews. 6 million Jewish people and millions of others were ultimately murdered by the Nazi regime. Sign up for the At War newsletter for more stories about World War II. Marianne's immediate family had no illusions about the threat that Nazism posed, though many other relatives thought that it was a phase that would pass, like other waves of anti-Semitism that had preceded it. While my great-grandfather, Dagobert Nelhaus, a rabbi, was not prepared to abandon his congregation, he had already taken some measures for the rest of his family to leave Germany, if necessary. In 1936, after the Nuremberg laws went into force and effectively stripped German Jews of citizenship, one of Marianne's older brothers, Gerhard, was sent to live in the United States. He became the foster son of a Jewish family, the Blumbergs, in Terre Haute, Ain. The rest of the family was still in Germany on November 9, 1938, when Nazis destroyed Jewish businesses and synagogues during what became known as Kristallnacht, the Night of Broken Glass. Some 30,000 Jewish men were arrested and sent to Dachau, Buchenwald and other concentration camps. The morning after, as my grandmother recalled, Dagobert took her and her brother Martin to the collapsed ruins of the synagogue. They must have watched in shock as their father trod through the charred remains where the pews had stood, where congregants had faced toward Jerusalem, and watched him lead prayers from the bema, the elevated platform from Dachau. My great-grandmother, Minna, who spoke little or no English and must have needed to find translators to help her, desperately contacted the Blumbergs in Indiana to try to get American visas for the entire family. Dagobert was released from Dachau and returned to the family in mid-December 1938. At that point, the imprisonment of Jewish men was often meant to frighten them into leaving Germany, so incarceration was temporary. My grandmother recalled that the 5 weeks her father was gone had aged him. His hair was shorn, and he was emaciated. While he and Minna never talked about his experience in Dachau in front of the children, my grandmother picked up fragments about the mistreatment there, the diet of watery soup that left everyone undernourished, and the men who returned home with missing toes from frostbite after standing for hours in the freezing morning roll call. Unlock more free articles. Create an account or log in. American laws at the time posed a tremendous obstacle to the Nelhaus family's attempts to resettle in the United States. The Johnson-Reed Immigration Act of 1924 imposed a strict quota for each country, greatly reducing the number of people that could enter the United States from Germany, Poland and other countries that were home to large Jewish populations. There were exceptions, including those for clergy members, as long as they could prove that they would be gainfully employed upon arrival. The family arrived in New York on the SS Europa on August 16, 1939. 2 weeks later, Adolf Hitler invaded Poland, and the narrow door to escape began to shut. From top stories, see more. Democrats seek to preempt Trump's defense and impeachment trial. Jan. 23, 2020. Now testifying for the prosecution, President Trump. Jan. 23, 2020. What to watch for in Trump's impeachment trial on Friday. Jan. 24, 2020. Senators battle a persistent impeachment foe, their own restlessness. Jan. 23, 2020. A 3D tour of how the Senate was transformed for the impeachment trial. Jan. 23, 2020. Coronavirus live updates, China's travel limits now cover 35 million people. Jan. 24, 2020. Panic and criticism spread on Chinese social media over coronavirus. Jan. 24, 2020. Many in China wear them, but do masks block coronavirus? Jan. 23, 2020. Ready, set, vote. Here's everything you need to know for the 2020 primaries. Jan. 24, 2020. How will thousands of Latinos in Iowa be greeted at El Caucus? Jan. 24, 2020. Jeff Bezos, tabloid man. Jan. 23, 2020. It may be the biggest tax heist ever. And Europe wants justice. Jan. 23, 2020. It's unclear if the assistant rabbi position in Indiana ever actually existed. The family settled in the Boston area, where friends of the Blumbergs helped them find an apartment and employment, and they immediately went to work and school. By the end of World War II, all three of Marianne's brothers were serving in the military. My grandmother went to Boston University and then had a long career at the State University of New York at Buffalo, where her fluency in 4 languages made her well suited to work as a reference librarian in modern languages. I imagine Marianne chose to become a keeper of books because the field allowed her to be a protector of cultural property, which she had seen desecrated and destroyed on Kristallnacht. later, after a trip to Russia in the early 1980s, she became deeply involved in supporting the resettlement of Soviet Jews, including successfully sponsoring the settlement in Buffalo of families who had been separated by the Iron Curtain. My family's commitment to immediately contribute to the nation that welcomed them influenced my decision to serve. I joined the Navy when I was 22. Before that, I rarely thought about my Jewish identity. In the military, I was around fewer Jewish people than ever before, and my heritage was on display, stitched on my uniform in the form of a recognizably Jewish surname. Fellow service members often asked thoughtful questions about Judaism. Non-Jewish chaplains went to great lengths to support me when I served as a Jewish lay leader. Commanding officers allowed me days off for major holidays without charging leave. The culinary specialists on the USS Peleliu learned how to make traditional Jewish meals for those of us who wanted the right foods every Shabbat and on major holidays. My foreign military counterparts showed me the same respect. German military officers I worked with while assigned to NATO treated me as one of their own. Muslim officers from some of the Gulf states invited me into their homes, and we compared notes on our traditions. My religion made me stand apart from most of my peers, but I was always welcomed. Recently I have had to face a very different attitude toward my religion, right here in the United States. The synagogue I attend in Washington, 6th and I Historic Synagogue, was desecrated in late November with anti-Semitic graffiti. I had found security and acceptance in the places where I had initially been self-conscious about my Jewishness, but my spiritual home in the nation's capital was not safe from a bigot inscribing his hatred on the very doors that welcome strangers to prayer and cultural events. I recently found a copy of the speech that my grandmother and grandfather gave on the day of my bat mitzvah, when in my 13-year-old awkwardness I publicly read from the Torah for the first time. I realized how lucky I was to grow up never having to live in fear because I am Jewish, and how lucky I am even to be alive because the United States had welcomed my family here. Reading my grandparents' speech 20 years later, I wept at this passage. We are connected in many ways to the generations who precede us. Nevertheless, we all share the pride of being part of a people who, despite pogroms, prejudice and persecution, have stubbornly kept their identity. You have made a commitment to the future, and you will find how best you can fulfill that commitment. My grandmother, Mary Ann Goldstein, died last month on December 21st, in Buffalo. I've thought about all of the stories she told through the years about our family and the Holocaust and the millions of other families around the world who were uprooted, ripped apart, forced to flee, detained and killed. I considered why she repeated these stories over and over. It wasn't just about remembering, she wanted everyone to know that no society is immune from once again committing or becoming complicit in such violence, whether it's directed against Jews or another group. Andrea N. Goldstein is a United States Navy veteran. She was a Pat Tillman Scholar at the Fletcher School at Tufts University and is a member of the Truman National Security Project's Defense Council. Follow her on Twitter, @an_Goldstein. Sign up for the weekly At War newsletter to follow the Times' Beyond the World War II We Know series.
Alright, Jim, to answer your question, now what you're hearing is actually an app I use called Voice Aloud Reader. I have an Android phone, it's a Samsung Galaxy Note 8. Basically, I can queue up whatever I want. It can be news articles, it can be stuff from Quora. I can even put social media posts in there. Like, just maybe copy anything, like maybe a Facebook post or a comment or something to the clipboard, and that thing can actually read it out loud to me. So what I do is I queue up a bunch of articles. Usually during my off-duty time, whatever, because I get push notifications about different news stuff, and then I'll just go ahead and queue it up. That way I have something I can listen to while I'm driving. I'll probably do a demo video on how it works. Maybe post that later on. Very handy app. I love it. but just some article that was I got either noticed or I got sent to me as a notification or something, and I decided it was interesting enough to go ahead and queue up and listen to, and it may or may not actually be worth listening to ultimately, but it's a lot of times I just, hey, the headline looks like it might be something I might want to read, I'll go ahead and queue it up, and then when it comes time to drive, I can just select the first one in the list and hit the play button, and off it goes. It goes one by one through the list. Warming back up to 18 degrees now. It had gone down to about 11 just before I got into Big Spring. And as I got a little further over to the east here on the east end of Big Spring, it's gradually warmed back up a little bit. Can't really say much for warming up when it's still only 18 degrees out. Yeah, now I have a whole bunch of Cora posts at the very beginning of the list, so I'm actually only playing the stuff that's on the, all the news articles that are at the end of the list, and I haven't done any Cora stuff, the news, which I'm hoping I'll actually be done with tonight. Now I can just hit the fast forward button and it'll play the next one in.
Article 148 of 185. Covenant Transportation sees difficult operating environment in fourth quarter freight waves. Covenant Transportation Group Inc., NASDAQ, CBTI, reported fourth quarter 2019 adjusted earnings per share (EPS) of 10 cents compared to 92 cents in the fourth quarter of 2018. The fourth quarter 2019 consensus estimate was 27 cents. The result included a 2-cent per share loss associated with a customer bankruptcy at fleet leasing outfit Transport Enterprise Leasing, Telephone, in which it holds a 49% interest. We are relatively pleased to return to profitability for the fourth quarter based on higher revenue per tractor and lower costs per mile sequentially versus the third quarter of 2019. However, by no means are we satisfied with the result, said Covenant Transportation Chairman and CEO David R. Parker. The Chattanooga, Tennessee-based truckload TL carrier reported a 14% year-over-year decline in consolidated revenue to $233 million. The company's asset-based TL revenue declined 13% year-over-year excluding fuel surcharge revenue as the average tractor count was down 105 units in the period and average revenue per tractor per week dipped more than 10% to $3,857. Average revenue per total mile declined 11% year-over-year to $1.89, but tractor utilization increased by 281 miles on average for the quarter, up 1% year-over-year. Covenant Transportation's key performance indicators. The earnings press release stated that part of the decline in per-mile rates was due to the company's move to allocate more equipment to its dedicated service. The release also cited excess truck capacity in the market as well as some customers reducing their peak season needs as reasons for the decline. For the fourth quarter and all of 2019, we battled a difficult operating environment marked by excess industry capacity, lackluster freight volumes, intense competition from freight brokerage competitors, and higher operating costs, Parker stated. Covenant's managed freight segment reported a 15.5% year-over-year decline in revenue to $57 million. The release stated that the bulk of the decline in revenue was again due to lower peak season capacity needs from its customers. The division reported operating income of $4.6 million in the quarter compared to $6 million in the year-ago period. The company's non-asset-based managed freight segment consists of its freight brokerage, transportation management services, warehousing and other offerings. Outlook. Management expects the company's operating cash flow and leverage ratio to improve year-over-year in 2020. The bulk of the improvements are expected to be realized in the second half of 2020, as year-over-year comparisons in consolidated average freight revenue per total mile and margin performance in certain irregular route truckload operations are expected to be negative for at least the next several months, said Covenant Chief Financial Officer Richard B. Cribbs. The release stated that the carrier is focused on swapping out solo-driven refrigerated business for more profitable dedicated and dry van opportunities. This is expected to reduce capital costs like real estate and equipment as well as other operating expenses. Along those lines, management said the company recently won a new, significant dedicated contract that commences in the second quarter of 2020. Covenant reported that its leverage ratio, net lease adjusted indebtedness divided by trailing 4 quarters earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization and rental expense, increased to 2.4x at the end of 2019 compared to 1.5x at the end of 2018. However, the company expects to further lower its capital requirements for both real estate and equipment as the tractor count has been guided to a range of flat to down 2% in 2020. From a balance sheet perspective, with net capital expenditures scheduled well below normal replacement cycle, along with positive operating cash flows, we expect to reduce net lease adjusted indebtedness over the course of fiscal 2020, Cribbs concluded. CBTI stock price chart, Sonar, stock, CBTI. Tags. Company earnings, Covenant Transportation Group, CBTI, dedicated truckload, truck brokerage, truck capacity, truckload carriers, truckload pricing. Article 149 of 185. Cloud software.
Okay, so yeah, if you go on Google Play Store, just search for Voice Aloud Reader. The icon is basically just a speaker, like a subwoofer kind of speaker or whatever, something similar. Like audio, an audio speaker device, whatever. You know, they have a free version and a paid version. The paid version has extra features, of course. Well worth it. It doesn't cost much at all. Okay, on another note there, with these 2 articles now about trucking company earnings reports. The new Institute for Supply Management's manufacturing report just came out earlier this week. While it's not overly bullish in sentiment, it's definitely markedly better than has been seen in the last 6 months. The overall number is the best we've seen since, I think it was June. Come on, dude, get over on your own lane. Be afraid of that little snowdrift. Anyway, it's basically it's kind of flat overall, but it's what the overall number is showing. However, it was in. Now, why is that important? Because transportation sector, I should say transportation industry, relies heavily on the manufacturing sector, and the manufacturing sector was in basically the sentiment, at least, was in decline. Doesn't necessarily mean it's in decline; it just means the sentiment was. And it's just natural that freight rates are going to go down, and companies are going to have a more difficult time keeping up. Maybe having a hard time getting as many loads as they normally do, or maybe they'll get the loads, but they have to pay. They have to do it for a lower price than they want to. And now, in the manufacturing sector report, there seemed to be a lot of the supply chain process, but a lot of the companies, I guess, are starting to have stable ground there. A lot of them have already gotten good workarounds and are kind of back on in a kind of a comfortable atmosphere, I guess you can call it. And it sounds like there's the outlook looks more positive. At least that's the impression I got from reading everything on the report. So that does happen. If it does, I gotta keep watching the future months here for it to. It's turning more north. And when it starts turning more north, I think there's a chance that the freight rates might start going back up some, and demand for trucks to haul this stuff is probably going to go up. Just a few minutes shy of midnight local time here now. I'm still feeling fine. I still got over 3 hours left on my clock before I have to stop for a 30-minute break. Figured I want to drive at least a minimum to the 200-mile marker, if not further, before I stop again for even like a short break. I don't really feel like I need to though right now, so I might just keep pressing on. There's not so much activity now, but when I was in the Odessa area, there was a ton of truck traffic going westbound. I don't know what the story was with that, where the hell they were all coming from, or where they were all going to. And it wasn't like it was all oil industry trucks, because I was seeing a number of reefer trucks, and then also even like drive-ins and stuff. So it's over here on I-20, especially over there in the Odessa Midland area. It's just the vast majority of the trucks you're going to see in the area are going to be oil industry related. Flatbedders hauling oil industry equipment, or the trucks that haul the sand or water or whatever else they use. Hey Tom, how you doing? Yeah, eastbound side doesn't really look like it's too busy. It's there's truck traffic out here, but it doesn't feel like it's doesn't really. I don't get a feeling like it's heavy over here. It actually feels decent. Where because if it was heavier, I'd be getting passed by a lot more of the ungoverned trucks. And I'm seeing pretty nice gaps between between everybody here on the eastbound side, so it's really really nice conditions to drive in overall. Except for the little patchy spots where it could be icy or something. That could be a little bit of a concern, but looks like it's mostly dry now. It was getting mostly the icy conditions when we're getting anywhere near any kind of incorporated cities like Big Spring, and then also Odessa and Midland, just like I was expecting. I'm expecting we'll probably get a little bit more when we get over to Sweetwater, which is not too much further up the road. And also, speaking of, I'm just about at the 200-mile marker now.
Broadcom beats rival Workday into the S&P 500 because of one key metric: profit. Published Wednesday, January 22, 2207, 25 p.m. Est. Tech. Jordan Novit at Jordan.
Alright, what else did you have there? You got a lot of different trucks. Because of skyscrapers and fighters moving about. You're speaking of feeling fine to continue driving. Yeah, these are perfect traffic conditions, at least in my opinion, for, you know, I don't have anybody to deal with. I got this moving van or whatever. He already passed me earlier, but he's kind of settled in around the same speed as me. As long as he stays ahead of me where he's at, I'm fine. And I'm feeling fine too, so I don't feel a compelling reason to get off the road for even for just a few minutes. I don't have to use the restroom or anything, and my drink's fine and all that kind of stuff, so I'm, just press on. Don't feel like I'm getting fatigued or anything, like I need to get some fresh air, feel good. Have you ever fallen asleep while driving? Yes and no. I did one time in the Walmart fleet suffer a case of what you call microsleep. Now, what is microsleep? That is when you're driving and you get to a point where you honestly can't remember what, any part of maybe the last couple of miles of driving or something. Now, what it is, you fall asleep for very small periods of time, and then you come to again or whatever. That happened once, and I wasn't happy about it. I was at Sam's Club load. I was taken up to the Sacramento area. I was on kind of a tight schedule, which is why I was concerned, because I really wanted to just get a couple hour nap in before I got moving, so I'd feel good, but didn't have the greatest opportunity for that. So basically, from Colton, end up going across the 210 freeway, and after I got past the 134, there's some curves up over there by Altadena and all that kind of stuff. I remember I was following another truck, and I know there were curves in the area. I haven't gone through there so much. And I remember there was a period there where I honestly couldn't remember going through some of the curves or anything like that. I was still following the truck that was ahead of me. Apparently, I was reacting to the speed just like he would, or whatever. Well, it wasn't. But once I realized I couldn't remember a certain area there because I was so lightheaded, half out of it. It scared the shit out of me. Woke me up some, and then when I eventually got up to the rest area right there on I-5, right where the LA and Kern County lines meet up. There's a rest area there. I ended up stopping there because I was on a tight schedule. Now, normally, if I end up getting sleepy while I'm driving, I like to have the opportunity to take about a 2 hour or so nap. Now, there's a reason for that 2 hours. Actually, a couple of reasons for that. I'll get into that later, because we're kind of talking about the microsleep situation right now. Normally I'll go climb in the bunk and sleep for a couple hours. Feel relaxed and rested, whatever, and then get back in the chair and start driving. However, if I had taken a 2 hour nap, I was gonna probably not show up to my stores on time. So, I knew I was gonna have to take a 30-minute break no matter what. enough and feel like I'm going to want to go back to sleep as soon as I wake back up. You know, so I ended up, which I never do. I don't like to sleep in the driver's seat. Never, never, never. I stopped at the rest area, and I did not want my body to get too comfortable, so I went ahead and stayed in the driver's seat, took my seatbelt off, reclined the chair all the way back, kicked my feet up on the dash, and then just, you know, then set my alarm for about half an hour later. And I remember about 20 some odd minutes later, I woke up and actually thought I was driving. And it scared the shit out of me, and so I suddenly, I feel like I'm getting ready to run off the road or something, so I suddenly wake up and you know, grab my steering wheel and smash the brakes and all that, just out of instinct, and not realize that I'm not even, forget that I'm not even moving, I'm just sitting in the parking lot. So it taught me something important there, though, about, you know, how a lot of these fatigue-related accidents that do happen here, you know, where trucks go off the road or anybody else. You get some really fatigued drivers. They'll actually talk about seeing, quote unquote, the black dog, or they'll see, they'll feel like they're getting cut off by a dark-colored car, or maybe see some imaginary person running across, you know, going across the road into their path, and they'll wait, you know, so they're basically hallucinating. Because they're kind of in dreamland, whatever, and their body's telling them that it's kind of the body's, I guess, mechanism to tell them, hey, you need to stay awake. So they hallucinate and see these things, and then just suddenly, kind of like a panic reaction, because they don't realize what's actually going on, and the next thing you know, they might slam the brakes, jerk the steering wheel to swerve, whatever, to avoid hitting whatever they think is there that isn't even there. And next thing you know, they're going off the road, flipping over, or whatever else. So yeah, and there are fatigue symptoms. Now, Tom, I think you drive for a living anyway, so you probably already know about this kind of stuff. But it's actually a really good talking point for those who watch who are not, you know, not professional drivers and might not be aware, but when you do drive for a living, you're going to have early fatigue symptoms, and then you'll have middle stage fatigue symptoms, and then late stage fatigue symptoms. It does help to identify what each of those, what the symptoms are in each of those cases, because that way, if you start getting the early fatigue symptoms, it's usually a good idea to, if you have the time, if you have the available time to work with, especially, or actually, there's always time. If you're gonna crash it, if you're gonna risk crashing a truck, no load is ever worth your life or someone else's. Get off the road, get the rest. If you have to deliver the load late because you just couldn't sleep and you needed to get there safely, you'd rather end up telling the customer you needed you were exhausted and needed to get off the road and to make sure you could safely get the load to them at all, and not have to worry about having to tell the customer that their load's all over the side of the road because you crashed it. But anyway, when you get early stage fatigue symptoms, it's and everybody, they kind of vary. There might be a lot of similarities there from person to person, but they're not always the same. So it helps then to know what your own specific symptoms are. I'm starting to get a little heavy on the fog here again. I wouldn't call it heavy, but it's enough where I'm gonna back. I was backing off on the speed a bit. Now it looks like it's clearing up a bit. Okay, like for me, early stage fatigue symptoms, if I get them, usually it's an indicator medium and or middle stage and even possibly later stage fatigue where I really need to get off the road and get some rest. So I'll usually plan on as soon as I start recognizing those early stage fatigue symptoms, if I can, if I maybe have a place that I already have planned out where I can plan on stopping at if need be for some rest. Maybe about half an hour, between 30 and 60 minutes out from where I'm actually at. Maybe plan on stopping somewhere in that general area to get whatever rest I need. Now, for me, what are the early stage fatigue symptoms? One of them can be trouble focusing intermittently. So, and I mean with my eyes. So, like right now, I can see I'm feeling just fine. I'm not having any trouble at all with maintaining focus on anything out here. But an early fatigue symptom for me, though, I might start getting to where every couple of minutes or something, I'll get this like a little, I guess you'd call it kind of like a daydream or something, or maybe I say I'm looking at that van that's up there that now you can't see because of the fog. Maybe now assume that you actually can see them still. Back off a bit more. It's getting thicker. Lowland here is what's doing it. Yeah, I'm down to 45 now. I'll continue that in a minute. Want to make sure, because I got to focus on, make sure I know what I can see ahead of me. Okay, I can see the traffic coming the opposite way, plenty of distance ahead, but I can't see how far ahead that van is. Back down to 11 degrees here. So, going back to that though, let's say you could see the van up ahead of me, wherever he went. Let's say you're able to focus, if you're actually trying to focus on him, and you're able to see him just fine when you're not sleepy, or not getting any fatigue. Where's this guy, on the right shoulder? Can't tell if he's rolling or on the right shoulder. Okay, I think he's rolling. Okay, now this truck up ahead of me. You can see him just clearly. Now, if you start getting early fatigue symptoms, at least if you're like me, you'll start getting these little spots where you're looking at him and trying to stay focused on him, but you'll start getting a little blurry for a little bit, and then it goes back to where you can see just fine. So when you have trouble focusing with your eyes, and then you also start tending to get a little bit lightheaded, perhaps. If you start to yawn. Now, yawning is not always an indication that you're tired, though. It can be an indication that you're tired, but it could also be an indication that you're getting a little bit hypoxic, which means not getting enough oxygen to your brain. Yeah, I'll get to more on that in a second here. I'm not too up to speed on the mile markers here. I want to say I'm getting closer to the Sweetwater area now. up on the 218 though. Yeah, I might have a little bit of trouble focusing, like maybe forgetting to look at road signs or something. I'm kind of getting la-la land, whatever, periodically. And then as I get more and more tired, like when I get more to the moderate stage, middle stage, yeah, the symptoms get worse. And then I'll start yawning more. You know, they usually say if you yawn more than, 5 times in a minute or whatever it is, that means you're tired. You need to get off the road. So, yeah, I definitely want to pay attention to, and not just the fact that you're yawning, but how often are you yawning? The more you're yawning, either the more tired you are or the more hypoxic you're getting. So, yeah. Now, some safety experts will say if you're yawning, you're tired regardless. And they'll try to tell you that rolling down your window or something is not going to help you out. Yes, it can help you out, because if you are hypoxic, now remember your body, when you inhale, you're inhaling oxygen. When you exhale, you're exhaling carbon dioxide. So, but you have a cabin filtration system in the truck, and whatever. There's only so much, whatever oxygen you're breathing in, you're taking out of the cabin space has to be replaced. So you could have a dirty cabin filter, whatever, that might not be letting enough oxygen into the cabin, to keep your, you're in a more oxygen-rich environment. So one of the things I do for that is just roll down my window for a bit. Now get some nice cool air, preferably, and then even if it's not cool air, just roll down the window. Get a lot of ambient air just coming right in, naturally. Yeah, once I do that, and if I feel like I'm in a more oxygen fresh atmosphere or whatever, or environment, if I'm still having problems with yawning and feeling like I'm tired, then it's confirmation that yes, it's just a simple case of me being fatigued. I need to get off the road. But if rolling down the windows and or at least the driver's window, whatever, and getting a lot of fresh air, if it seems to help and decreases the yawning and all that, and I'm able to focus a little bit better, then hey, just press on. Keep the window down for whatever amount of time needed. I can maybe consider rolling it back up at some point in time, or just leave it open until whenever. With fatigue, I'm going to apply something here I learned from aircraft maintenance that most people don't understand. Because a very common technique that people use to combat fatigue is to play loud music. Okay, there's a big problem with that. Yeah, it might help you to an extent, and kind of get you a little bit amped up a little bit more. But all it's really going to do is get the adrenaline going a little bit, and then after so long, the adrenaline's going to wear off, and you're going to be right back to square one. Second, when you're in, noise fatigue. That's something that you got to actually consider. your body has natural reactions to excessive noise. If you're exposed to too much noise for a prolonged time, your body's going to react. You're going to become irritable. You can get sleepy. So if you're already sleepy and now you're doing something that's going to make you even more sleepy, do you really think that's such a good idea? You can also lose appetite. Look it up online sometime. Just look up noise fatigue. Something that we're all taught. Every Air Force aircraft mechanic is taught about it. And the reason they teach us that is because they want us to be able to recognize if we're getting exposed to too many loud noises like jet aircraft engines or support equipment, whatever we happen to be working with. If it's too loud for too long, we're going to get these symptoms. And they teach us if you get too much exposure to that, you need to get away from the environment and get in a more quiet area, whatever, and come back down from it. Let your body recover from it, and then you can get back to doing your work. Catch up on interacting with whatever you guys are writing later. Look like there's a lot of stuff being written now, and I got to keep my focus on the road ahead with since I have less visibility. It looks like it's starting to get a little bit better with the visibility now, though. Thing about the micro sleep, was the one and only time I've ever had that happen to me. I did not have any hallucinations like a lot of people do have, but it was scary enough, and it's an experience that I never ever want to experience in my life again. There isn't much that scares me, but that actually scares me. Thinking that can happen. Every time we get near any kind of an inhabited area, or incorporated town or whatever, that's where all the thicker fog and part of your road conditions all come in. When you get interesting. Normally, I've always seen it the other way around. When all my time living in a chance to stop in there. Usually, I do go through Sacramento sometimes, but it's usually just quickly passing through on my way to a shipper or receiver or something. Not up there that often, but it's not unusual for me to be over there either. But more often than not, if I'm there at all, I'm just passing through. Trucks are going across the road. Because the road curves, that's why. It's obvious the lower lying areas is where the fog's collecting too. I know for sure I'm getting close to Sweetwater because I know for sure Sweetwater's in Nolan County. And these counties in Texas are not that big. I'm not really sure on that one. Hey, what's up? Give me $4. Give me a minute. It'll take me a little bit to get through whatever you wrote there. Reefer, if I've ever done any kind of other trucking kind of work. Let's see. Gotta work my way through that bottom there. Just I can only glance very, very briefly and then look back out the road. Flatbed experience and you actually like the sound of reefers. Interesting. Not too many of you guys do. A lot of you guys hate us. Okay, to answer your question, yeah, I've been driving just shy of 4 years. Next month will be my 4-year anniversary. All of it has been in reefer. The industry, I like the reefer side particularly because it's I consider it an economically stable section of the trucking industry. Now you don't see such big wild swings like with you guys, like if you're owner op doing flatbed freight, for example, yeah, when business is booming, it's booming for you guys. Like your freight rates, you might do a lot of $4+ per mile loads or something, and then still and be able to really expand. But then it might slow down, and you have to end up having to fight for even $2 per mile if you can even do that. And I know a lot of flatbedders won't even turn the key for less than $2 a mile. Yeah, there's more manual work involved with flatbed, and it's again more interesting stuff, I think, with that. More responsibilities too, because you have to make sure you know how to secure the load properly, and then you also have to tarp a lot of your loads. I wouldn't be against doing that. It's just I'm comfortable with what I'm doing here. When you get to reefer freight, though, it's common. The most common complaint that drivers who do reefer freight have is that you spend a lot of time waiting. Whether it's waiting for an appointment time or waiting in a dock door for for a load, or maybe you're at a shipper waiting for the load to be ready so you can even try to dock in or something. And a lot of people don't have the patience for that, so that is something that you have to consider if you do have any interest in reefer freight, because there are going to be times, anytime the USDA is involved, you're going to have this happen. It's not necessarily the shipper's fault. It could be the USDA. Because we're just part of the bigger supply chain. You might have, and it can happen with, meat industries, or even with produce. Food safety is very important to them. So, let's just say, and most of the time, what we're hauling is the stuff that's already been picked up from the original source and taken to wherever we're picking it up from. So, like we might like the meat, the beef, beef, pork, and poultry kind of loads. Now we'll go to the poultry, the meat packers and poultry plants. But you get, of course, you got the feed for the actual livestock farms, whatever they have available first, and then you got to have the livestock trucks to take the live animals to the meat packer. And then once they actually get to the shipper, or to the meat packer, or whatever, or to our shipper, they have to go through the whole process. I don't know if they what kind of inspections they do on the birds or the animals, whatever, before they kill them. And then after they kill them, they have to do all that whole process. And then after all that process, through all that process, they have to have USDA inspectors do quality inspections too. And sometimes they'll have the product for your load ready to go pretty much, but that's a bad spot. He's kind of partially in the lane there. Anyway, they might have the product ready for your trailer, but might be waiting on the USDA inspector to show up so they can even inspect it. And then once the USDA inspector does show up, they might see something they don't like and say, you're going to have to throw away this whole batch here and then get a new one. And that'll hold up your process. So you, as the reefer driver trying to pick up the load, you could end up sitting for several hours, quite a few hours, maybe even a day or something, past your drop dead time, and wondering like, why the hell is my load not ready yet? Why am I even here if my load's not ready? unfortunately, that's how it works with reefer, because you know, who knows this guy going so slow for? Yeah, so a lot of people can't handle that, and I just stay cool and calm about that. As long as I showed up when I was supposed to be there, I'm more likely going to get detention pay. When I get detention pay, it doesn't cost me even a single second of my on-duty time. Alright, coming into Sweetwater area now. This car here just, no cutting across my path car. Gonna make me worry there. Alright, yeah, it doesn't cost me a second out of my on-duty time. And, you know, when I'm detained for long enough time, I'll see that at $200. I've even had $400 detainment fee that show up on my paycheck. Actually, more than once. So it's like getting getting $400 to do a 34-hour sit on your ass reset. And then I have a fresh clock to work with to go ahead and keep running the miles on top of it. So I don't make a big stink out of that stuff like a lot of drivers do. You have to. It just it comes with the territory with this. You're gonna have to wait sometimes. Same thing happens with produce loads too. There are times where a lot of this stuff's ready to go before drop dead time, and you can get there way early and pick it up and get it moving way early. And there are other times where you're just going to be there way past your appointment time. Freight here, going on to Tom's comment about how reefer freight can be hard work. I think it's more mentally hard than it is physically, because most of our loads here are no-touch freight. We don't even go inside the trailer. You know, we don't touch any of the freight. We don't even go in the docks on a lot of the places. Most we might do on the docks would be if we're picking up a produce load, we might go on there to pulp the product while it's going in, before it goes into our trailer, or right after it goes into the trailer, to make sure it's at the temp it's supposed to be at. The mentally challenging stuff can be like when you get put behind schedule because of delays at the shipper or whatever. Or depending on what customer or what carrier you're with, or you know, details about the load, whatever. Could put you in a jam as far as time schedule is concerned. Yeah, shit, this guy is going too much slower than the guy I'm trying to pass. Particularly laborious laborious work by any stretch. It's far easier than having to carry 100+ pound tarps around and not just put them on, but put them on like really neatly and professionally and stuff. What I'm mainly talking about there too, with the laborious thing, is with OTR reefer freight. Most of the customers, a lot of the customers, we're not even allowed on their dock. Most of the time, we just hang out in our truck. We can go hang out in our sleeper berth and sleep, or do whatever the hell we want while we're waiting. And when our light turns green, or whether they'll call us or they'll buzz us with the pager or whatever it happens to be. Sometimes they'll even just come right out to our truck with the bills, and here you go, you're all done. They'll just knock on your truck door when they're ready for you to leave. In a lot of these places. So easy peasy. See you guys do your work now with a freaking snow all over your thing. All over the lane you're working in. Local account stuff, because there are reefer drivers who do more like local stuff, where they might deliver to, they might drive for McLean Trucking, or maybe the McDonald's suppliers. Could be, basically Martin Brower, Golden State Foods, or any of the other Martin Brower subsidiaries. They do the freight for McDonald's. You can be a local driver on that, and then you're actually going to be handling the freight. So not every, I would say not every reefer driver is even going to have the same experience as far as how demanding the position is. In fact, when I was in the Walmart dedicated fleet, there was a distinct difference between how things were for me on my OTR loads, or they weren't actually OTR, it was more like we'll just say condo loads. The loads that required a sleeper cab truck to take. Those are what I usually did. And I usually would go up to Salt Lake City area, deliver the Sam's Club stores up there, and then I'd just deadhead right back to Colton. And then just keep going and do that circuit, or kind of move around a little bit. But my loads were almost always pickups out of Colton, sometimes out of Riverside. And usually my loads, like my Sam's Club condo loads, I could usually pick up early, and then I could run. And I always had a trainee on the truck with me when I was doing that. I could run about some of that, maybe half the miles, just get the load down the road, and then in a position where the trainee can run at least some miles so they get their hours in, but also have plenty of time to do backing practices along the way. And I like that pace. It was nice. Not to mention, I was stopping by the house so often. About almost every day, I was stopping by the house. I can stop by the house on my way out of town, and then I can stop by the house on the way back into town. Yeah, most of the times. At least when I was doing the Salt Lake City loads. But there were times when I would do day cab loads, and I basically cover for day cabbers. Now, where maybe they had a load that would normally go to a day cabber, but was they didn't have any day cab drivers or trucks available to do it. So then they would back them up with with the condo drivers sometimes. And when I would do those, now those were more stressful because you're in Southern Cal, you're doing a 55 mile an hour stupid truck limit, speed limit. And on top of that, you got California traffic as it is, so even if you can do 55, even if 55 is the best you can do legally, you got good luck if you can actually do 55 in a lot of spots. You're lucky if you can do half that speed. Then the day cab loads tended to have 3 or 4 drops each. Now we would sometimes do 4 droppers on the condo side too, but they were still not as challenging. The day cab loads, though, like I could. It didn't matter if it was a 1 dropper or a 4 dropper. Anytime we ever did one of those loads, I ended up burning. I was already about 13 and a half hours through the end of my shift by the time I get back to the yard. And what was supposed to be a 30-minute break, I never had a chance to do 30-minute breaks when I did those loads. My 30-minute break was usually spent pretending that I was off duty, but actually on the dock floor inside the store pulling stickers and inventory stickers off of the pallets before the receiver at the store actually pulls it out of my trailer. Yeah, some 30-minute break that is. 30-minute break is supposed to be, that's me time. If I want to take a nap, I should be able to do it. If I want to eat, I should be able to do it. That's supposed to be my time, not time spent sitting on a fucking dock door. I mean, going in and inside and outside my trailer pulling stickers off the pallets. So that part, I didn't like doing the day cab side of that. I don't mind huffing and puffing to get the work done, but give me an opportunity to actually where I can do, my break is really for me, and if I need to do a couple hour rest or whatever, maybe so there's a leeway there if I do get sleepy, because it does happen, then I at least have the option to and still be able to get back to my terminal before my shift runs out. I didn't really find it appropriate doing, a quote-unquote 30-minute break that wasn't even really a break, and then still only, still getting to the yard 13:45 into my shift. Hey, Warbucks, what do you average a mile after all deductions? I'm looking at JCT. Okay, because obviously for solo drivers, right now we're making $1 per mile plus the fuel surcharge, which right now is 28 cents a gallon, a mile, I mean. So $1.28 at the moment. It's the fuel prices have gone down recently, so that's why the fuel surcharge has dropped. There are times when we're making over $1.30 with the fuel surcharge added in. Now, costs, I usually say if I'm, whatever my revenues are, should be making roughly half of the revenue in actually income. Somewhere in that ballpark, maybe a little bit less. So if I'm running about a 3,000 mile week, then I should have about a roughly $1,500 or so paycheck if I'm managing my fuel expenses properly and all that. Now there are trade-offs there too. Like if you do come to us and you, now we have a lot of brand new trucks, a lot of brand new 2020 Kenworths, T680s. Okay. You're going to pay more per mile for the truck payment. It's going to be 26 cents a mile for the truck payment there, plus the 120 fixed fee. So, I mean, it's actually a pretty good deal there overall. It's not ideal, but it's if you don't have the greatest credit, whatever, and if you want a nice, easy way to get a brand new truck that you can eventually take ownership of, it's a very handy way to do it. But so 26 cents per gallon, 26 cents per mile, we'll just say. But then you're also in a truck that gets better fuel economy than what I get personally. Now, my truck is a 2016 Peterbilt 579. It's also got a 10-speed manual transmission, so what I normally get for average cumulative miles, I know exactly roughly how many miles I've actually driven and how many gallons of fuel I've actually bought ever since I've been with the company. And so I have a really good, accurate estimate of my long-term cost per fuel mileage. And with it, I can estimate how much I can expect to spend on fuel for every load. Now, with the 2020 Kenworth, so they're going to get better fuel economy normally than what I get. I think our drivers tend to, overall, I see varying numbers. Some of them I see talk about only getting maybe 7.2 to 7.5 or so, and then I see others talk about getting over 8 miles a gallon. The way you run also, it's there are trade-offs there, of course. You run slower than your governed speed, you're going to save on fuel, but then when you run slower, you're also taking more of your 70-hour clock to do it. So you make yourself available for fewer miles. And there's that, you got to find that sweet spot, of course, if you really want to find out what's the most cost-effective way to operate. How much should you slow down in order to get fuel savings versus how much are you going to slow down to where it's going to counteract what fuel savings you get and start costing you more instead. For my truck, it's a 2016. I only paid 22 cents a mile for it. So, while I get lower miles per gallon, I also pay less. It costs me less to run my truck. And I actually did the numbers recently with somebody who told me what their average was. I think he was between for how many miles did that do it for? I think 3,000 miles. For a 3,000 mile week, I think it turned out he would save $90 in fuel expenses over what I would pay. So maybe I would spend it would cost me $400 or no, I'll just say $1,000 for fuel. It might cost him $910 for the same exact miles. for my truck. Now that's $120 less than I'm paying on truck payments. So, you know, from a week-to-week basis, I would actually be saving up to $30 a week on overall costs, at least on a short-term basis, over what guys running the brand new trucks are doing. Then you got the other trade-off there. Okay, how much are the long-term costs? How much interest am I paying over the entire length of the lease contract versus how much are our drivers in the brand new trucks going to spend on paying interest on their trucks before they get them paid off? Now, a lot of people look short-term only, but if you can think long-term, you know, have a longer-term view and plan ahead, you'll be in better shape. Now, the big concerns here would be when you have a week where maybe your truck's in the shop, or maybe you take several days off for home time or something, you're not making money, and you're going to still have operating expenses regardless. Now, when you first start out, it's going to be about $325 or so per week in fixed operating expenses. It's going to be the $120 fixed truck payment. No matter, it doesn't matter if you run 0 miles or you run 3,500 plus miles. You have to pay $120 a week. And you also have insurance, which what is it? About 60. I want to say about 67 or I forget a week. What else? You have the optional. The ATBS, the basic accountant service, where they take care of your taxes for you. Basically your profit and loss statements, and estimate your tax payments for you. They're not the cheapest place. They're not the cheapest outfit to deal with. So if you're handy with numbers or don't mind dealing with all the tax crap, you can save yourself $25 a week on that, or 20. Yeah, is it 20? Yeah, somewhere on that. $25 a week, whatever it is, I forget. You may or may not want to spend $4 or so per week on driver legal fund or defense. So if you do get a citation, you can pay this trucker lawyer service to go to court for you and fight it for you. Which reminds me, I forgot to call again about my own ticket. So there are options there. Now also keep in mind, in my case, I don't pay for medical insurance. I don't pay into a 401k. They do have the options available. However, my personal situation, I don't need those options. Now, I'm all for 401ks. I strongly recommend everybody get into that. You know, put money in and save up for retirement, and let your money build up passively for you for when you do want to retire. You actually have a good nest egg to live off of. But my situation, I'm a more avid and knowledgeable investor, and I'm more interested into the building up my taxable account. I don't really care if, as long as I build up my net worth, I'm trying to work to build it up. That's more what I'm focused on. Also, my wife is a full-time educator. I don't need the medical insurance or dental insurance or vision insurance because she has all of that on her employment, and actually her health, medical, her medical, dental, vision, whatever insurance are all better than what JCT's offering is, or the company they deal with for that. So I don't personally need that, but there are other people who will be interested in us who might need to consider that. If you're the sole breadwinner, or if maybe you're a single person, you might need the health insurance. about 300 a week. Now I mentioned 325 earlier, and the reason for that is because you have what's called an insurance escrow. You have two escrow accounts. One is for maintenance and one is for insurance. Now it's a $1,000 deductible on your insurance. So what they do is they'll take $25 a week out of your account, out of your settlement every week until your insurance escrow gets built up to $1,000. Once it hits $1,000, they quit taking it out. So it takes about 40 weeks, I think it was. Yeah, 40 weeks, and you'll have your insurance escrow account completely built up to $1,000. And once that happens, they no longer take the money out. So then you got to worry, of course, figure out what what your break-even point is. And actually, if you use ATBS, they can actually tell you approximately how many miles you need to run to hit your break-even point on an average week. If I recall, I want to say it was around $1,100 miles or something like that. I forget. But now that's also assuming that you're running at like 7 or 7.5 miles per gallon, or something like that. Now it can make or break people. I do know people who have a lot of driving experience, a lot of trucking experience, and they come here and they just, they can drive a truck just fine, but they don't know how to manage their business enough. Maybe they're no good with numbers, or just certain little details that it could be them contributing to themselves, or it could be someone else contributing. And a lot of times people are apt to blame someone else, even though they could very well be their own worst enemy in terms of that. But there's no shortage of miles that you can get with us. If you don't turn down loads, they have a computer system that models, basically figures out what's the most ideal load that is available in your area for the planner to assign to you based on what hours you have available. So, whatever load is going to make the most maximum use of your 70-hour clock, they're going to give it to you more often than not. So if you can't get good miles with us, then there's a lot of things that could be at play there. You could be a poor communicator on your own end with your dispatch. You might be turning down too many loads. You might be proven to be not a reliable enough driver where the planner will trust you enough to want to give you loads that might be more lucrative or difficult, whatever. Make more effective use of your time. A lot of stuff that can go on there. And then, not to mention, now fuel costs is the number one expense for being an owner-op or a lease operator. And if you don't know how to manage your fuel costs, in terms of like how much fuel should I buy from this or that location, what price should I be, what prices am I going to have to pay at these different places? If you're not strategic with your fuel purchases, you can actually cost yourself a lot more. And I usually tell people, don't live on a shoestring budget. If you're going to live paycheck to paycheck, JCT is probably not going to be the right place for you to be. But if you can manage a budget where, because maybe you're going to drive a lot of miles one week, and then the next week you might not drive so many. Just because the way the weeks are, the miles or the trips actually overlap when the settlement periods are. So sometimes you're going to have like 2,000 extra mile, or I might have over 4,000 mile week one week, even though I'm really only running 3,000 to 3,500. And then the next week I might only run 1,500 to 2,000, because the way the miles that I actually ran versus your money just because you see it kind of guys. Put it into an account, and not to mention you have to pay taxes too. You got to put that money aside because they don't take taxes out for you. You have to sideline that money, and general rule of thumb that I was given by my accountant was to put about 25% of my take home into put it aside for just for taxes. So what I do is I put that I take that 25. Basically what I do is I take the actual settlement amount, divide it by 4, and then I'll round it up to the nearest $100. So if let's just say it comes out to $358 or something is what, whatever my settlement is, divided by 4, and it comes out to $358, then I'll just go ahead and round it up to 400, and then I'll just take $400 out of my paycheck and transfer it into my investment account, and then I'll try to invest the money and make more money off it while I'm waiting for the time to pay my taxes. And at the same time, what's left, I don't want to be spending everything that's left just because I have it. Put more of that money aside. That way, if you have a bad week, there are going to be times you're going to have negative settlements. Because maybe you didn't run for a whole week like I did last week when my truck was in the shop. I can expect to have, I'm going to probably have almost negative $500 settlement because, for the 300 fix that I was talking about, and then I pay $175 automatically every week. Yeah, it comes automatically out of my check garnishment for child support. So that's a negative 500 settlement, which means the next check, the next week I run, whatever I make is going to be $500 less than what it would have normally been, because that negative 500 is going to come out of whatever it was, whatever I get the next week. So you got to be able to handle those ups and downs like that. They do have some features that some macros that you can use to kind of help smooth out the paychecks, though. If you're, if like for me, I'm not worried about it. I put money aside, and I can afford to money just because you see money. Treat it like, hey, expect that this money that is in the account now needs to last for 2 weeks instead of 1. Or even better, tell yourself it needs to last for 3 weeks instead of 1 to make sure that you're going to be okay. Like I said, not everybody's going to be in a position where that's going to be feasible, but if you can't budget like that, you're going to have a more difficult time. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's a lot more difficult if you can't manage a budget like that in some way. What's up, Matt? Okay, asking, are all the new trucks automated? Yeah, they're all auto shift trucks. All the Kenworths we have PACCAR MX-13 engines in them, and they have, the Eaton 12-speed auto shift. They do have the manual mode feature. They do not have collision avoidance, although I thought I heard someone say the brand new ones kind of might have adaptive cruise, but I don't think that's the case. Matt, are you in a new truck? I can't remember. Can't remember what your truck number was. No, you're not in a new one, are you? You're in like a 2018 or a Freightliner, aren't you? 2019 Freightliner. So may not be a good example. So. As far as I know, though, they do not have adaptive cruise or collision avoidance bullshit on them. I'm not such a big fan of auto shift. I don't mind them, but there are little nuances about them that annoy me. So I prefer manual transmission personally. But a lot of people have actually grown to I'm in the Abilene area now, by the way. Damn it. I get irritated because when I sneeze, I end up having to sneeze numerous times before I finally stop usually. So don't waste your time saying bless you or anything like that. I think bless you is stupid anyway. Alright, so I know a couple other lines there that you had there, gaming with Warbucks. Let me take a look. Time management is crucial in trucking. It's a job, not a vacation. Yes, it's a lifestyle too, but yeah, you're exactly right. If you want to do well, you have to put in the work. Paying taxes on capital gains. I hate taxation. Yeah, now you can also now capital gains. Now if you put it into stocks and hold them for at least a year, then you're only going to pay 15% tax on those gains. If you do them for a short term, though, if you got capital gains, basically something securities you hold for less than a year, then you're going to have to treat it like income. So if you're in a 22% tax bracket, or let's just say 28% tax bracket, whatever capital gains you make off of those short-term positions, you're also going to get taxed 28% on. And then I usually do futures contracts. They're much more highly volatile, and I can make a lot more money off them, but I can also lose a lot more. And capital gains on that is what you call a 60-40. So 60% of it is, which I get it mixed up, long-term capital gain, and then 40% is short-term. So let's just say I make, maybe make $4,000 in a year off of my futures positions. We'll just say that as a random number. Then, let's see, over 60% of $4,000 would be $2,400. So $2,400 of it would be taxed at 15% rate, and then the other, that $1,600 that I gained will get taxed at whatever my regular income tax bracket rate is. Yeah, and there are a lot of people who also like to play with options and stuff. So I mean, or maybe you have other types of investments that you want to do with too. It doesn't have to be stocks or bonds. I mean, that's just my forte. There might be other people who have a forte in something else like real estate, some kind of collectible or a commodity or whatever. Get out of my lane, dipshit. You got plenty of room over there. You don't need to be hogging my side of your lane. Crowding my side, whatever. Stuff going on up here. We got not plow activity, but maybe there's some road maintenance people or something. I don't know. We'll see. On the other side of the freeway. What the hell's going on here? Spun out, so someone spun out there. That's always a clue. There might be black ice in the area. Be careful with that. Ask me how I learned to kind of instinctively slow down when I see that kind of stuff. kind of up on the top of Elk Mountain in the bowl there. There's like a bowl area at any of you guys who drive in California for a living, I mean in the U.S. for a living, whatever. Here's another one. Alright, anyway, at the what is it? I always get it mixed up. It's the 264 or the 254. They're both kind of similar appearances, where they have like a bowl where you go downhill and you're coming down to that point, coming down the hill, and then you go back up. And then around the 254, there's another one that's very similar. Anyway, I'm going through there, and I think I'm doing like 60 or whatever. And I saw a truck in the median facing the same direction as me. He was stuck in the median. The median was full of snow. I kind of fixated on the truck, and I saw I thought I saw a slight glimpse of the truck trying to move, like they were trying to actually get it unstuck. So I started fixating on it. Am I really seeing this thing trying to move, or if it is? I was trying to distinguish between whether it was something that has already been sitting there and it's just waiting till some other time to get picked up, or if it's somebody who's actively stuck. And I found out it was the latter case. But I got fixated on paying attention to them. And then I'm also noticing a second later that one of the guys, there were two guys on the truck. They were, I hate to say it, younger Punjabi looking guys. It's always the young Punjabis who seem to have the most problems with accidents. And I'm saying that, I'm distinguishing that because I'm not saying that they're the only ones who ever have those problems. I see plenty of people of all demographics have stupid accidents. But it's common, at least for the Punjabi population or Sikh population, it's usually always the young guys. The older guys who are in that demographic don't tend to notice so many problems with. Once in a while, you might see someone acting, an older one driving stupid, but usually not. So that's why only what I meant by that. Anyway, it was two younger Punjabi guys, and I saw one of the guys, not the one in the driver's seat, whatever, the other one started coming around from the front of the truck, which was on the opposite side of where I was at. Come around the front of the truck with a shovel in his hand, like he was going to try to dig the truck out. Like, you might as well just give it up, dude. You might as well just call for a wrecker, because you're a rotator, because you're not getting out of there without one. Anyway, I got so fixated on watching what's going on with them that I didn't put any thought into why are they there in the first place. Yeah. Okay, so how did they get there? They lost control. They hit a patch of black ice. Guess who found that patch of black ice the hard way, doing 60 miles an hour? Yeah, me. Started feeling, which one, I don't remember if it was my steer axles slip or if it was my drives. One of the two, I felt it slip sideways. So I had to, and of course I had to just drive through it, keep my throttle up and then just keep the steer tires pointed in the direction that I want the truck to go. And once I came out of the ice, and the truck just corrected and kept going exactly where I wanted it to go. But of course, as soon as I had that incident, had that happen, I was like, okay, that was pretty stupid. I should have known better. Hey, if these guys are there, they probably hit something in the road that I might hit myself. There's a possibility I might end up hitting as well. lose control. I have also noticed that it's a lot more common for the four-wheelers to have problems than trucks. Now, obviously, you just saw a truck right there up against the rail there, the wires there. And even facing the wrong direction, too. That might have been earlier today when the weather here was worse. But now, four-wheelers, I tend to notice they naturally, they instinctively like to let off their throttle and hit the brakes when they experience any kind of loss of control, and that's the absolute worst thing you can do. You hit your brakes, you're going to aggravate the problem, not help it. But they instinctively think, oh my God, I'm gonna crash, and then they instinctively want to slow down as quickly as they can. So when they do impact anything, they impact at a slower speed. That's their mindset. Their mindset should be on avoiding having the slip up in the first place. And then if you're going to slip up, know how to handle it so you don't have to crash at all. When I was a trainer, it was something I made sure every trainee getting on my truck knew. I would quit because I know that every time I had a trainee on my truck, I know what they got taught in CDL school because I went through it myself. So they couldn't tell me that they didn't get taught this or that in their CDL school. It's like, no, I'm calling bullshit because I went through the same school you went through and I know exactly what they teach and what they don't. So don't sit here and tell me that they don't teach you about this winter safety stuff. You know, how to handle a steer axle skid, how to handle a drive axle skid, or how to handle a trailer axle skid. Because I know they teach it. I was in the class myself, and I know what I got taught. That's what happens when you're actually a more serious driver who actually pays attention to what you're being taught and actually studying versus somebody who's just there to get your damn license. Once you're just there to get your license, don't absorb any of that. Once you take it seriously and actually put the time into study and all that, and actually pay attention to training videos and stuff that are given out, you know, that are shown, whatever, are more likely to do better. But it was kind of sickening though, because out of all the trainees I trained, more often than not, you know, because the first day they'd get on my truck, you know, the very first day they're even driving, I'm sitting in the passenger seat watching them, trying to see, you know, especially trying to figure out what kind of habits they have. Now, even on the freeway, I'll sit in the passenger seat to make sure I know hey, how often are they checking their mirrors, or, you know, how closely or far behind do they follow other people and stuff like that. Are they staying on the correct? Are they staying in the center of the lane? Are they staying on the high side of curves like they're supposed to? Well, a lot of other details like that. So I'm not going to go all gung-ho talking about here, but yeah, I want to make sure I know what kind of habits they have. And then once I know what's going on with them, then I would actually, all right, once I knew I could trust them at least on the interstate, then I would go ahead and take naps in the back while they're driving. But not until I know exactly what kind of habits they have first. But no matter what, the first day that they're even driving my truck, I would always quiz them. What do you do if you have this kind of a skid? What do you do if you have that kind of a skid? And half the time they didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to answer the question. And I would tell them, they taught you, you went through the same CDL school I did. They taught it. That tells me you were not paying attention. Or you don't have good instinct. So if you don't have a good feel, even if you don't know the answer, I would tell them, just put some thought into it. What do you think that you should do in this situation? Because I don't want you to have this situation come up and then follow your instincts instead of your training. thing, I'm going to do that. You know, instead of following the panic reaction that most people do. Hey, what's up, Sylvia? Okay, now speaking of, you guys, Sylvia is one of my former trainees, actually. So yeah, she'll vouch for this. Sylvia was actually a good overall driver. It did have, you know, the only real issue we had there was with the backing development, backing skills development, but I eventually got there later on. But as a driver, you know, she had good habits. And I could tell that she would recognize certain things, certain traffic situations before they even were even there, right? Yeah, I remember one of the first days she was on my truck and driving it. We were in a 3-lane area, and there were 3 or 4 lane, whatever. And she was noticing the cars that were in the same lane as us in the far right. And several of them were moving over 1 lane to the left. So they were figuring, why are these cars all moving left? Is this lane ending or turning into an exit only or something? So I could tell she was a thinker on that, and that's some of the things that made me more comfortable with an inexperienced driver. Yeah, but especially with the icy conditions, though, I want to make absolutely certain the person knows how to handle each kind of an axle skid. And there shouldn't even be a thought at all on how to do it. It should just be an instant. Okay, if you do a steer tire, if you have a steer tire skid, keep your, well, they say steer into the direction of the skid. I'm not a big fan of preaching it that way, and I'll tell you why in a minute, though. But yeah, I prefer to say keep your steer tires pointing in the direction that you want the truck to go. And know whatever amount of steering is going to lead to your steer tires pointing away, how far off from the way the truck is facing. So if the truck is facing about 10 degrees off from straight ahead, then you want to have the steer tires pointing 10 degrees off from straight ahead. What happens if you have them pointing 20 degrees away from straight ahead? You know, basically, if you're off by 10, but you're steering by 20, you're going to overcorrect. There's a pretty good chance you're going to. So it means that once you do correct, it's gonna probably whip overcorrect in the opposite direction, and then you're gonna keep battling like this, and you know, and then you're gonna spin out, or jackknife, or overturn. So I don't like to teach people steer in the direction of the skid, because every time I see people do it, they oversteer. They put too much steering in. Get a good feel for how much of the steering wheel you're turning is going to lead to how much steering tire input. And then of course, maintain throttle. You can even accelerate a little bit, just gently. But never let off the gas pedal and never touch the brake pedal when he skids. Of course, it's also taught if you have a steer axle skid, first eliminate whatever's causing it. Do you have too much weight on the steers because you're diving into a curve or something, or maybe you're hitting the brakes for maybe a stop sign or something? If hitting the brakes is what's causing a skid, then let off the brakes.
I'm right here, my friend.
And then once you correct the skid, then slow down. Slow down.
I heard that.
Gently.
That's a good way to put it. Well, be careful going down that blooming hill over there.
I should probably consider...
Roger that. Same back to you, my friend. Be careful and be safe.
Okay,
We'll be listening for you tonight.
Sure thing, dude. Gotcha.
Have a good one. Full Star Tester standing by.
just got past. I'm at the 303 mile marker now. I forget what town this is. I'm past Abilene. Baird is 5 miles away. 30 miles from Cisco. I might consider stopping in Cisco for my 30-minute break. This load is going to Americold in Dallas. So I've driven 409 miles so far. I got 580-ish, so 575, but it might actually, because the odometer calibration issue, it might be more like 580 by the time I get there. So should be about 170 miles out from the customer by now. Still have an hour and 25 left on my clock before I have to stop for a 30-minute break. So I do ideally want to stop at a Pilot or Flying J because I want to be able to go ahead and get a shower while I'm there. That way I have the option of being able to do my 10-hour break wherever the hell I feel like doing it, instead of having to go over to, God forbid, the Flying J in Dallas to get my shower. Once I'm on my break, I'm going to be focused on showering, or if I end up being even remotely fatigued, I'll probably even stop for I'll end up taking a nap. Actually, while I'm here driving is usually the ideal time to talk. Probably talking about this hill right here or something. There. Sylvia, I was telling you, wait till I'm done with the construction zone. I was still in the construction zone when you recall, and then I had the truck on the right shoulder to deal with. Now I'm in a spot where I can go ahead and answer. at a time when I told you I'm not in a good spot. I told you wait till I'm out of the construction zone. I was still in the construction zone when you were calling me. I'm not going to try to put my headset on and answer when I got K-rails right next to me and shoulder there. I'm out of the area now, so you can go ahead and call me now. Yeah, it's fine too if you want. Either way. Hello. How's it going? Really? That's awesome. Okay, that's right. Because you were saying last time we talked that he was saying that if they find out there's anything in there, he's not going to do any treatment. Okay. And now, since they say there's nothing there, there's less to worry about. Okay, that's excellent. Yeah, yeah. And didn't you say you were gonna go back to Crete or night? Or okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Then you said you're gonna run Northeast Regional, basically, if I remember right. That's good, right? Oh yeah. Just remember, don't white knuckle it. Do it with confidence, and then just like I was talking about with the axle skids, know how to handle each type of axle skid, and then drive the right speed for the conditions, so you don't, so hopefully don't ever have to deal with axle skids in the first place. There's a difference here. A skilled driver can get out of a skid. A professional driver can avoid getting into the skid in the first place. So yeah, if you just keep those in mind and then respect the stuff, but don't be overly fearful. Don't be like a trainee that I had in the Walmart fleet who was actually from Provo, Utah area of all places. Yeah, no stranger to snowy conditions there. Um, we were doing some loads up there into that area. Actually, we delivered to the Provo store and then had another one. I think we were delivering in Salt Lake City, I think. And going from Provo up to Salt Lake City, the roads were covered completely with snow, and we had ice fog also. And she was shitting bricks. She was actually like, I could see her like shaking and like practically crying and all that. I'm like, dude, I told her you need to calm down. It's like, don't white knuckle my truck, or I'm gonna have you pull over and get out of the seat. Because you white knuckle, you're going to cause an accident. Because you're gonna instinctively just jerk or whatever, any kind of panic reaction is gonna be too much, and you're gonna cause us to have an accident because of that. I said you can't be afraid of this stuff. You gotta respect the kind of the problems it can create or can cause, but or be aware of of what can go wrong, but respect it and know how to handle it. And
Yeah, I mean uh, you can spend 30 years in a truck, and you better be learning something new throughout your entire career. You might not learn something new every single day at the point where you're a 20 plus year veteran, but if I say if there's not something new that can be learned, even with that much experience, then you need to get your ass out of that truck and stop driving for a living. Always learning experience. Oh, yeah. Well, and then also if you're running northeast, it's probably help you a lot with the traffic too, depending on where you end up running. Damn it, would this guy make up his mind what speed he's gonna run? Yeah, so I was doing 70, and I see I'm doing 70 right now. Look at this piece of shit here. Now he's pulling away. But okay, I had backed off to 68, expecting that he'd pull away. No, does he pull away? No, he starts actually getting closer and closer. So okay, once I'm back down a couple of miles an hour, if I'm still gaining on you, I'm gonna speed back up and just go around you. So at this point now, if he slows back down, yeah, he might get a treatment by my bright lights. I had to play these stupid games with these idiots. That tells me he's distracted or something. Probably playing around with his phone and taking his foot off his gas pedal while he's playing with his phone, and then when he's done playing with his phone or texting and whatever, probably getting back on his throttle. Or really, because realizing, hey, there's a truck catching up to me. I'm gonna go ahead and speed up. So when do you start with Crete? Oh yeah, you said you have to move. Yeah, I'm not always a chatterbox. Exactly. Yeah, I just posted one earlier this morning too. It was a recorded one from my dash cam because I did a swap with actually I did two swaps on that last shift because I left my shift started. I left my my shipper and you. No, it's my phone. It's a Samsung Galaxy 8. Now the Oh, I got a whole bunch of backing videos on my page that are worth looking at. And okay, you remember my original dash cam, the Garmin? Okay, I got a new one now. I still have the Garmin, but now my new one, it's a dual camera. It's a better quality camera, and it also has a second rear-facing external camera. So now when I do my sight side backings or straight back backings, you can actually see both looking ahead view and looking behind view at the whole trailer and what the trailer's going at. And in my Garmin, I actually have facing inward on me. And then so when I have it plugged in and using it, or actually recording with it, it actually faces me, so you can see exactly how I'm steering, where am I looking, all of my habits when I'm backing up. And I have some also where I have like little some compilations where I just show certain backings that I do, and then later on I do the same backings but with narration talking about certain little details about what am I looking at, or why you should what you should be paying attention to, or this or that, whatever. What do you usually do to make that happen? Okay, yeah, that can help. Yeah, or sometimes getting in a car and taking them for a little drive for like a few miles, whatever. You'd be surprised how often that can work too. I can't say I blame you. Yep, that's what you should. Yeah, yeah. I tell how a lot of times we can tell if it's another trucker talking or if it's just some idiot four wheeler or something. Yeah, that's true. See, I think that's my Flying J right up ahead. Pretty sure it's the Cisco I'm coming up on. So I'm gonna stop there and I don't know, may or may not get fuel, but no, I think I have enough to get to Weatherford, so I'm gonna probably wait. But I know I'm down to 103 left on my clock, so I'm gonna probably see if I can find a spot to park in this lot, and yeah, so I can get a shower at least and do my 30 there. Yeah, that's fine. You can always call and ask about that. Yeah, and actually, I'm probably I might do a video, sometime today, on exactly that because I just watched it was a live video, but it was already over by the time I got to it. But it was somebody's video of a truck that hit a bridge, and I did the research on where exactly the incident happened, and I might do a video on that to explain why this guy's basically an idiot. On top of the fact that he tried to go under a 12-foot 8 bridge. Yeah, I'm trying to got my exit coming up, trying to find. All right, I see the sign for it. But yeah, I'm gonna explain why he shouldn't have even been on that road in the first place, regardless of whether it was a 12-8 bridge. Like, why on earth? And oh my God. Yep. Let's see. Hopefully, I'll find a spot here somewhere. Ah, I got parallel parking video on my page too. Let's see, is there one next to that low boy there? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of stopping here because the lot it's a tight lot. Let me talk to you later because I don't like talking on the phone when I'm trying to back. So, all right, bye. Okay, I'm at the Flying J in Cisco, Texas right now. It's not my favorite place to back. But it works. Take a look at this real quick. That's really good.
tight lane though, so I'm gonna go a couple spots fast. Jam my tread up on the roll crossing. My trailer, my tandems are coming over too far away from the. Place like this is more likely what I'm gonna build the goal on. Now I can see my tandems are right in front of that other truck, so take some of this out. Be careful with this angle too. Get these down, playing these sights like this. In more like butter instead of too heavy. I'm too close to this Kenworth over here. Not happy about that. Let me see if there's a better spot over there. Guy over here standing there for. There's something over here that might be better. You might know about something. Now, I'm not going to try to jam myself up on that other truck. Any other open spots. I'm not going to keep trying to fight my way into that spot, so. And also check Sunoco across the freeway, see if they have any spots open there. I don't have a problem with going back, getting back on the freeway too, and just driving out the rest of my clock before I stop for my break. Not like I really need to stop right now. I just was hoping I could conveniently find a spot here where so I can actually do my 30 here and get a shower and all that. But I got to give myself a nightmare of a time trying to get into that spot. Full too, as much as I see other trucks parked along the street. worst case, I can park right over here behind this car hauler. That's one of the reasons why I tend to prefer to not stop driving until about at least 4 a.m. I don't think any spots are going to be open here either, because that other truck there just came into the lot and he's already leaving. Like I say, consider parking back there behind that car hauler that's on the street. It's a little slick right here. So I got 50 minutes left on my clock though, so I don't have any qualms at all with going further. I don't know that I can reach Weatherford now that I've wasted about 10 minutes of my time screwing around here, but and by the time I get to Weatherford, probably won't be any spots open anyway. Sylvia, do you remember what exit number the pilot, whatever it is, in Weatherford is at? I'm not here on I-20 enough to remember for sure, but I know I'll get to it before I get to the what's it, 2A, damn it. Or Black Kenworth over on the other across the lane with my tractor, and planning ahead my next moves. I wasn't going to have anywhere to work with. You know, once I had the trailer into the spot. What I usually do though is get the trailer working into the spot a little bit, and then I'll do one of these 2-point serpentine maneuvers. Just a series of them to try to create a little bit more space gradually for the tractor to work with to eventually follow it in.
truck stops in Ranger, if I remember right.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, I'll go. All right. I see some trucks parked right here. What is this place? Yeah, I'm already passing by it though. Probably one of them shitty cratered dirt parking lots. All right, those are all in the area of Ranger. Okay. Let's see. Yep. 342. Okay, what were the exit numbers? I see. 343. Okay, yeah, I can reach 363. Hopefully that. Yeah, I don't mind doing a picnic area. And there, this picnic area. The problem is they depends on how big it is and how many other truckers might be actually parking there. All right, 370. Okay, I'm at 344 now, so it's at 26. Yeah, yeah, I can reach that. I got 39 left on my clock. Alrighty, sounds good. Thanks. Bye. Alright, 363 here should be a picnic area. There's the left's coming up over here in the ranger area, but I guess according to trucker path, a lot is full, which wouldn't surprise me at this hour.
drive up to US 80. Then US 80 over to the area I want to go to. And I can also consider doing the Flying J after I'm done with my delivery too. It's not a big deal. I just was hoping I could have more options to work with, or at least, I should say where I can park wherever I want to park. Even right there in the miracle when I'm done with my delivery, instead of PCing over to Flying J or whatever afterward. But then again, after my delivery's done, then there should be plenty of parking at the Flying J. So it might not matter anyway. Alright, looks like the Love's right up here coming up. I can always go ahead and stop there and see what happens, see what they have. Might be full, but Trucker Path's not always completely accurate. I could get lucky and there might actually be something. I don't know how big this lot is though. As I said, I'm not here on I-20 anywhere near enough to know where the ideal places are to stop if I really, really want to find parking. So I'm going to turn this way to make sure it's clear back there. Yep, it's clear. Depending on, I see a couple gaps up there by those trucks that are parked on the shoulder there. That's even something to consider, but I don't know if the gaps are where driveways are at or not. This does not look like a very huge Love's. Shithole here. Alright, so let's see there. I didn't think there was an opening over there earlier, so I don't think what I'm seeing there really is an opening. There's an area over there on the other side of the lot that I thought could possibly be open spot, but I don't think it's really one. I think it's just a bit of a gap between two trucks in adjacent spots. little spot, but it'll work. I can always just walk across the street when I'm ready for a drink. Okay, so yeah, this is the Loves over by Ranger, Texas. I've done so far almost 460, so 120 or so miles away from the customer now. This rate, I'll probably just I'm going to end the stream here in a second, but yeah, because I'm not due there until 9 a.m. The sooner I can get there, the sooner I can start my 10-hour break, though, at least. And I don't mind putting into the dock door when it comes time to that, and then PCing from there to wherever I want. When I say 9 a.m. docking, then I can always just PC over to the Flying J. I say not my favorite place to stop, but if it's during the daytime, it might not be so bad, and I can always get my shower there then, and be set up for my reload after that too. But see, if I just do the half hour now, it's a little after 2:30 now, so it'll be a little after 3, probably be around 5:30 or so, somewhere in that ballpark when I'd end up getting to the customer. Yeah, it won't kill me, it won't hurt me at all really to do a couple hour nap here, and then, even though I'm not really even super tired, but I'm gonna go ahead and just might as well. I like taking take a couple hour nap, and then in 2 hours. I also mentioned I was talking about this earlier. I never really elaborated. I like taking a couple hour breaks during my shifts because that gives me the option to do 8-2 splits as well. That way, if I do decide I want to just do an 8-hour sleeper berth because maybe I'm not tired, or maybe I've already slept enough after the 8-hour period. Then if I did a 2-hour break in the middle of the previous shift, then whatever drive time I did prior to the 2-hour break comes back to my clock after the 8-hour sleeper berth. And I don't necessarily have to do a full 10-hour break. I can just do a bunch of 8-2s. One break that's at least 8 hours and one that's at least 2 hours, and I always get some kind of drive time back every time. So yeah, I'll probably just go and do a couple hours here, and then probably pick the stream, put another stream back up when it's time to get rolling from here to the customer. So, all right, guys, I still got about 5 of you on here, so we'll see you all in about a couple hours, okay? A little about 4:40ish, 4:45, something like that. So, all right, guys, take care.